Take care.
Sorry.
Cecilia,
Thank you very
please
much.
take care.
Thank you.
And please rest in between whenever you can. COVID requires a lot of rest.
Thank you. Thank you
Yeah.
very much, Tambi.
Yes. Hello, and so happy to see such smiling faces right in the morning here. I know it's some different times of the day there, but you are still, very fresh. And Cecilia, hats off to you, especially at night and in COVID. Amazing. Uh, so can we see a few more green ticks or thumbs up uh, just to see who all have joined in? Yash, Erla, Jester, Kakunda, Ilham. If Hi, thank you, Erla, for confirming you are in. And I just want to know that who all have joined in so that we can have a exciting start of the day with our coach, Dr. Latangi, who has already joined in.
Tambi, your voice is a little bit.
Yeah.
My voice is
Yeah, like looks like you're a little bit. I don't know. Yeah. You have a flu or something now?
yes, yes,
Murillo
I do.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I also have
Get well. Get well.
yeah, cold weather does this here. Yeah. Okay. And all right. So let's start the day 5. We have 2 exciting sessions packed up for you. The first one is with Dr. Latangi, who will be the first coach for the day, taking us through the journey of giving and taking effective feedback, which is very important. When we talk about elements of a high performing team, which is the basis of this workshop that all of us have joined in. And the second topic will be of channelizing stress. So before we start with your session, Dr. Latangi, I'll take this opportunity to briefly introduce you to our participants. Dr. Latangi is an MBA in HR from Pondicherry University. She has presented 70 plus research papers in national and international conferences conducted by Indian B schools, including IITs and IIMs, in the area of HRM and marketing. She has published 60 plus research papers in ISBN books and ISSN journals and has been honored with 5 Best Paper Awards. She has 7 years of industry experience in HR and has conducted training programs for both industry and B schools, along with 14 years of teaching experience. I'm sure you are going to have a great time, Dr. Latangi. The set of participants are, very, very intuitive and curious, and they will love the session, and I hope you will enjoy as well.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Tanvi, for that elaborate, profile that you shared. I'm actually glad that I'm part of your this team as well, because ITEC. I was just when I joined, I was just trying to figure out where am I, and the first day itself, what I mean was, then I saw all lovely faces. And all of them very happily participating, not feeling, I can feel the tempo, the women power is here. So many of them, very cheerfully participating, and it's very nice, very interesting. I really appreciate all the women across. Of course, the men also have their own places, not to say about it, but then as a part, when I see women here, it gives me pleasure. So it's just that. So I just wanted to share that, and then yeah.
The men are going to impress you today then.
Yes. So they always, add the flavor. So it's like that. If you are only women, then it's not going to give that flavor to that. It's like a tea, masala tea, where in India we call it. So it's like that. So we need all that flavors. So I'm glad that we have all of them here. And yeah, let's start the session with giving effective feedback. I'm sure you're all leaders as it is. So down the session, I will get to know better about you. I still have 1 or 2 more sessions with you. So I will be very interested to know more about you people during the course of our interaction. So let's just start this. I'm sharing the slide and I hope you can see it, right?
Yes.
Okay. So give feedback, effective feedback. Now giving feedback itself is such a, I would say, a very important and significant part of one's career, because even we also as leaders, when you are going down up the ladder, you also expected feedback from your bosses. So we are going to deal with effective feedback. Now, how do we do this effectively? So this is the session we are going to have. It's going to start with managing behaviors, what comes in the way, context, strengths versus formality. There is a model that we're going to discuss, and you'll have all the required elements there to understand how to use that in your work sphere as well. Then we have something called as a STAR model, a la carta, then developing culture of feedback, leading ahead, your action plan for the reading. So there are a few methods in which you can try out in your own places, so that I'm sure one of them will be good for some particular patch of people, and some of them you can see where to figure it out, where to put that kind of use that kind of a feedback. So with that, taking forward, now I just had 2 questions here. Do you give them, your team members, I mean to say your team members, do you give them a lot of information or too little information? Or do they typically speak a lot and engage, or stay quiet and listen? So where do you put your team? And where do you put yourself? You agree to the one more and second one less, or second more and first less? Yes. Mr. Mohammed is very kind. He says women are empowered now all over the world. Most of the jobs are preferring women. Yes, I would humbly submit that, Mr. Mohammed, that in this, it's a actually male dominating society. It's not any bad. It's not any bad. It's just that it is the way the society is. So we are figuring it out how we should contribute to the society. So that's where women come into the picture. So we are there, and how do we do the best in contributing to the nation wherever we are residing, and to our own homes. So because we are also leaders at homes, we have our own kids and family and things like that. So that's the only thing. So thank you, Mr. Mohammed. Yeah. So any answer to this? Any first
Yes,
one?
me personally, I give a lot of information, and
Okay.
they speak together. We engage. We discuss anything. We discuss together.
Right. So your kind of a profile, is it mostly related to IT sector, or what is it like?
Administration, policy making.
Okay, administration. Right, ma'am. Anyone else who would want to say something?
Also,
for me,
my case,
also-
I gave them a lot of information too. I'm sorry, Denise.
No, it's okay, Cecilia. Go ahead. Go ahead. It's okay.
Okay, thank you. I gave them a lot of information. I really appreciate, and I like to be back to have a feedback every time. And also they are engaged, and there's a commitment to the objective.
Okay, that's great. Actually, I must say that you take a lot of time to do that because it's also time consuming. So you need to really think about a lot of things before you speak to somebody. So I'm sure you're doing all of those. Yes, Miss Darlini, she
Yes.
says that I give lot of
Denise.
information.
Et nous, tu peux dire, moi, t'as une semaine finie passée, ce qu'on peut demander feedback. Non,
Okay.
est-ce qu'il est au travail comme ça? Mais comment pour le pays là pour rouler ça?
Denise, go ahead, Denise.
I'm listening to Babita now. She switched to Creole. Maybe she's talking with the other colleagues. Well, for me, definitely, I give a lot of information
Okay.
because there is this need to not to keep my workers in the dark. They need to be informed at every moment. So I feed them with all the information relevant, and they typically they engage themselves.
Okay.
Other than listening, they engage because as much as I'm into administration, I'm managing, like I've said earlier, like 100+ staff. So it is important to provide a lot of information because as much as you want to do something, you need others to assist you. Yeah.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right. That's very rightly said. Thank you. So anyone else who would want to have any additional things that you had in mind? I am trying to spell some of the names. Zila. Yes, I can see her here now. Yes. So any more who are trying to give me some information? Mr. Mohammed, you didn't speak?
Yeah, I have given a chat box that typically that I maximum always I give so many information regarding regarding that
Okay, yes,
have a
I can
job.
see your feedback. Yes, I give a lot of information to my team. Right. Yeah. Yes, Mr. Yesh says, depending upon the situation, at times a lot of information is given. Oh, okay, good. Right. So now let's also see what are the different kind of leaders. You know, you have been leading your team. So let's figure out where exactly you stand here. So we have this X and Y axis here. We can find in the X axis, there's less information and more information. And on the Y axis, on the top, you can find high energy and low energy. So a leader is trying to actually figure out his way of dealing with employees. So the first quadrant talks about participative. Now the leader is more, he believes in participation, non-directive. So he believes that he should be non-directive, leave them alone, and directive. So if you see the first quadrant, it is more information and high on energy. The second quadrant, it is again less information and high on energy. The third quadrant, that is leave them alone, low energy and less information. And directive, it is both high on the low energy and more information. So they are more directive in nature. So let's just go ahead with the. Yes, we'll go in detail with each of these. So with some examples and things like that. So when you look at this quadrant, can you tell me where exactly you figure out yourself? With whatever information you have. I have not gone into the details of it. We'll go in the next few slides. I just want to understand where you put yourself in. The first, second, third quadrant, where is it? Arla says, good morning, my apologies.
Participative.
Participative. Okay.
Me too, participative.
Okay. Participative. So many of you are saying it is participative.
Well, it depends too, because sometimes as they put in the chat box, maybe sometimes they need to be only directive,
Right.
So it is necessary to have that kind of options too.
Balancing it out. Right. Let's just see what are the things now. So what comes in our way when we try to say feedback? Sometimes we have something, predefined in our minds. So, what are those things? Why does it happen? So when we come, what comes in our way, the first thing is the beliefs and releases. You look at the two columns there, you will have the beliefs. Beliefs are, I can relate it to the blocks, the mind blocks, the blocks in our mind that we carry. Sometimes we have some kind of a stigma, we have something in our mind which is already definitive. So what are those things? And then the releases are, how do we remove these blocks? So if there are any blocks, then how do we release it? Because I'm sure that though you give complete feedback, you're mostly very keen on giving feedback and you speak a lot, trying to bring in your team together. So can we do anything better? That's the whole thing. So if there is something with us, the skill, then we can always develop on those skills. So I don't think anybody can ever say that I'm the best leader, because each day you're trying to evolve yourself. Because with the kind of team members you're going to have, it can be very different. The team that you had before can be very different from the team that is existing now. So how do you handle all of those? So making that more effective, that's our own, person. That's what we're looking at. So the first one, the belief that we have is, I don't have time. Yeah, I think Miss Babita, your mic is on. So while you speak, probably you'll have to take care of it. Yeah. So yes, the belief is that, I don't have time. That's what a few of us have in mind. So that's a block, mental block. So the question is, why do we have that block? What for? What is this, I don't have time for what? That's the main question. To give feedback, or to think about it, or to, understand them better and then give them the feedback. What is it? So getting this thing out of your mind is something that we have to work it out. So the second one is, it takes too much effort. It's better that this way. They already know and needs to be done. It may rub off the wrong way. Have you ever had any such thoughts in your mind? Any one of you? Yes, I can see most of the time when I give a task to my Mr. Mohammed says, information, give them direction and keep them along to perform the task. Lead high productivity, but everything being with them by micromanaging will lead to low productivity. Right. Okay, so when you're looking at these, the beliefs, did you ever have this in your mind? Any part of your journey, being a leader? And have you introspected on those questions in your mind? Miss Babita, any input from your end?
Yes, I think we do. We do come across such time when we have to ask, I don't have time. Really, sometimes it happens with, I don't have time. But then we have to ask ourselves. I was just thinking about that. Is it good to say, I don't have time? But then I was just assessing myself, what do I do when it happens? Then I came to realize that when I don't get time, I don't even go in the section there next door. I don't go there. Okay. But then ultimately, even early in the morning, I'll wait for everyone to come and just to go and say, even after 2 days or 1 day, I'll go and say, hi, everybody, sorry, could not be here. Anything we have to share, anything pending, then, because I'm a bit busy these days. I was just thinking about that, yeah.
Okay, so yes, I think, yes, we do have certain times in our jobs that, we get so busy and tied up with a lot of other work that we may not have time exactly for the feedback. Okay, so what do you do during that time? How do you resolve that issue?
As I said, I just go there, or maybe 1 day or 2 days afterward, I say, hi, anything pending? Sorry, could not be there. I was busy. Anything we have to discuss? or anything, you just let me know.
Hmm.
Even send me a mail. Send me a mail. We
Okay.
can discuss. Yeah, we can discuss afterward.
Okay, that's great. Yeah. So anyone else who would want to share your thoughts on this?
Well, on my part, if I may, the beliefs, they already know what needs to be done.
Hmm.
You know, when you caught up in so many years in the process, it becomes like a routine, and you think that, so it's okay, and they know what needs to be done.
Done.
But at the
Okay.
end of the day, how do I overcome that? It always comes to mind that we are moving forward. We are not going backward. So each day is a new day, and there's the need to continue remind them of their purpose. The need to continue to let them know that they do matter. Like Babita was saying, for me, like you have a section or another district to go to, another place to visit. You say like it's routine. I've been there, done that. But you need to understand that that individual, you as the leader, they are looking up to you and they need you. So you have to be there. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. So I think, these questions have to actually be there in our minds, and we have to be a little, conscious of these things, because as a leader, when we are there as a person to, guide them, so they will have those things coming into their mind saying that, okay, I need something, the information. Now, what do I do? Where do I get the information? My boss is busy. So how do I handle this situation? So I think as leader, we have to be a little sensitive and cautious about these things that may occur in the team. So with that, I think let's take the next, the context. Now, setting the context is something which we are trying to do. So I have two, I can say this is an introduction of an employee who is joining the organization, X organization, and this is how it is done. The first dialogue says, I imagine that we will be leaders in the digital space in 5 years and fully connect with our customers. You will be leading an exciting exploration in this space, is what the boss is trying to introduce the employee to. So to the team members. So that's what he does. The second, or there is another way of doing it. You have been a successful insight-led marketeer. Use the strength of yours to build our digital presence and getting to really connect with your customers. This is the second way of introducing the employee. Which would you prefer the best and why?
So I think I'll go for the second one.
Okay.
Because as a leader, you need to be mindful. It's not about you, but it's about us, all of us, everybody involved. So I think this statement, it is including everybody. Like you have been successful. Use the strength of yours to build our digital presence. So I'm looking at it in that way.
Okay. Okay. Great. So you're talking about the second one, right? Anyone else? Cecilia.
I'm sorry. I'm coughing, so.
Oh, acha. You can just say one or two, and then maybe you can just type in if you have trouble.
Okay.
Yeah. Mr. Mohammed. Or Miss Audrey. I hope I'm spelling it right.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Sorry, I've just joining.
Okay. So
Yeah,
you can just.
I think I prefer the first one.
Okay, first one. Why?
Yeah.
Why the first one?
Because okay, as we are talking, we are in the current world. That is where we are headed to, the digital space.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Because of that, right? And Cecilia says the second one, because I prefer to connect with people and customers, right? And Mr. Mohammed says second one, it gives to motivate employees to work with them, right? Okay. So now if you look at the first statement, then it is more focused on the futuristic work space. So he's more focusing on the futuristic prospect for the employee. The second statement is looking at the strength. It is more strength focused. That is why I think many of you have chosen this, because somewhere you felt that it's more in terms of the organization in total. You're looking at the employees, all of us together. So you're talking about you, strength. So maybe that's the reason why most of you have preferred the strength focused, kind of introduction to the employees. Yes. So out of these two, if you look at it, the votes have been more to the second statement. So that means that it is the mindset of people wherein if you use the right word and in the right context, it is well appreciated. So people will be more, the employees are more welcomed. They feel more involved. They feel more connected with the organization. And that's what we finally want them to do. So that their commitment, they are more involved with their job, and you can get the work done. Right? So now there is a study which has come up with, according to the research, that the first that is informal feedback focused on strength. This has 73% more productivity. The study says that when we go with the informal feedback focused, if you remember the first this particular thing. So this is what we are trying to say, figure it out, that which is more productive, which information. If you say informal feedback is more better, or the formal feedback, informal feedback based on the weaknesses, or formal feedback based on the weaknesses. So this is what we're trying to find out, is how do we give to the employees. We'll go with the model. I'm coming with the model, the next slide, and we'll talk about it. So we can see from the research that 73% of productivity is seen in the first one, that is informal feedback focused on strength, because people would want to always look at what is my strength than to look at what is my weakness. Because I think every one of us have weaknesses. Even as leaders, we all have some kind of weaknesses, which may not be very predominantly seen, which is not very visibly seen, but we still have some kind of weakness. Now, when we talk about the strengths, what happens is the other person is more conscious and he will work on his strength more and reduce his weakness indirectly. It goes down. The weaknesses will be lesser and lesser because he is working more on his strength. So that's what we are trying to figure. So what do we do? Now, why do we think feedback is important? I think I'm sure you all agree that there is something which gives the feedback. If it is not given on time, at the right time, and the right occasion, then there is no significance to the feedback itself. So can you please add anything from your side to say that why feedback is important? Anything that comes in your mind, anything that you can. The staff should know where they stand, right, Ms. Babita? It is for continual improvement, right? Erla. Easy to improve employees' productivity, correct. Ms. Audrey, it motivates the staff, okay, to make
it
inform the
keeps staff,
decision.
it keeps you abreast with things. Having feedback is very important because, like I've said, every day and nothing is dynamic. Everything changes every day.
Changes.
So
Correct.
feedback is important as it keeps you abreast and you know how to react instead of taking like a month or two to go back to that thing. If you have the feedback right here and then, you can resolve whatever needs to be resolved or amend or improve on whatever needs to be improved on.
Right, right. So I think, yes, that's what we all want at the end of the day, to make informed decisions. Okay, Ms. Kukunda. Then Cecilia says it is necessary to reinforce them about the process in order to improve, motivate. Mr. Yash says so as to boost the confidence of staff and also to take corrective action. That's right. What are their strengths and weaknesses? Give them an opportunity to improve. Yes. Then Jester says positive feedback to boost their morale, negative feedback to improve and do better next time. It motivates employees and gives performance. Yes, Mr. Hassan says that. And improve communication. Right. So we are on the right track. So we know that, by giving feedback at the right time and the right situation or occasion gives better results, because we ultimately want the productivity of our employees and the organization as a total. We would want to see that the best is got from them. So, and they're also happy because by the end of the day, if they are going to perform well, they know that their appraisal is going to be good and they might be getting a better increment. So everywhere we see that there is a positive note on giving feedback. So we're looking at strength versus formality. This is a model that we're going to discuss. And you can see again here 4 quadrants. Like the x-axis is talking about the less formal feedback, and the right quadrant is going to talk about high formal feedback. And the y-axis on the top has high strength and less strength. Now, what are we going to have here on the first quadrant when you're looking at high formal and high strength? So why we're using all high and less? We're not talking about no strength or that's not what we want. We are looking at the positive side of it because we're talking about the strength. We're going to focus more on the strength because that's what we're going to do with our team also. So when we're looking at high formal, and that means the feedback, we're looking at high formal, which is very formal, and high on strength. We're focusing more on the strength of the employees. So when we look at it, it is a public appreciation. So this quadrant is talking about the public appreciation. You appreciate the employee, you call them, give them some certificates, give them some appreciation, verbal appreciation, or maybe in the meeting you can address them and then call out their name and trying to talk to them, address them on that particular issue and say, okay, you did very good, something like that. So that is the public appreciation. So, and the second quadrant to the left, you can see is open communication, which is more focusing on less formal, which is not very formal way of giving feedback, but is high on strength. So we are focusing more on the strength of the employee and we are being less formal. Now, how do we do this? This is during lunch, during tea, during some other occasion where you're really not sitting on the table, chair, and then you're not in one cabin, you're not somewhere very fixed in one place, and you're giving feedback to that person. So this is more, we're talking about less formal, being less formal. It is not completely informal. We're not talking about informal. It's not informal. We're not just saying that, oh, you were very good. Something like that, very casually saying. No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about less formal. It is again in the office, maybe during lunchtime or during tea time, there is a break. You are meeting this employee. She's having a discussion with the other team members, chatting there. You're going there and then you're talking to this team and saying that, oh, you did a good job. So that kind of a situation, which is called as the open communication. So the third quadrant we're talking about is the straightforward, wherein we're looking at less formal. Here, it is going to be less formal and less strength. We're also not going to speak about the strength, high on strength. We're talking about less strength. So how do we do this? just saying that, putting it very casually, saying that, okay, I think, yes, you have certain things, and then maybe you can do it. So you're using your own maybe language, mother tongue, to bring in this effect, to say that it is less informal and less on strength. Also, you wanted to put stress on that particular fact that the job that was done was okay, not so much that was expected from you. So you were expecting something better from them, but you didn't get that kind of a result. So what do? You try to give them that information in this way, saying that, okay, so this is being less strength focusing and then less formal. So that's how you try to give feedback. Open critical, wherein you're direct approaching the employee, calling the employee to your cabin and then just giving him left, right, and center, saying that, oh, what a horrible job you did. This was not expected of you. This is not how you were supposed to be doing it. What happened? So you're giving the feedback directly to the employee without any approach to what is going to be the thought process of the employee. Is he going to be feeling bad about it? You just want them feedback, and the feedback, you're just giving it to them. So it's very direct. So that's what is open critical. So let's just see more to understand this kind of information better. Let's see some situations as well. So I have one question with you. Have you ever given feedback or received a feedback that was high on formality and less on strength? We are talking about the fourth quadrant, that is openly critical. So have you ever got any kind of feedback, or have you given any feedback to any employee during your leadership there in this particular quadrant, wherein you're talking about high formal and less strength?
Me, yes.
You have given, right? So what happened? Like, how was it?
They were not happy.
Okay.
Then I explained that I've already told you that before, yet you did it again, and I don't have time to go back again, explain to you back again. If you cannot do the work, you tell me, I'm going to explain to you. But you haven't said that so far, and I cannot accept this work like this.
Oh.
So go back and do it again.
Okay. So what was the reaction of the employee?
But then still the door is open. If you want more clarification, just let me know.
Okay.
Then the work is done good. Well, very good. But I have this habit, even though I give open critical, I go and tell you if the work is good. I'll never not tell somebody. If the work is good, I'll just open the door and say, congratulations, excellent work, or very good work.
Okay.
And you can see the smile on the face.
Okay. So that's the kind of approach that you do. That's good. Good. So you have
not often for open critical, but when we have deadlines, especially when we have deadline, or like you've sent me a notes of meeting, and the notes of meeting, like you tried, it's not beautiful English, it's not well said, it's not well written. So I'll go, what is this? Which kind of English is this? Are you translating Creole to English? But then when I get a very good one, I'm going to say excellent work. This I don't forget to say whenever somebody is doing something good.
Okay. So I think that's because the trust factor, you have actually developed the trust factor.
Yeah, that's
in the
it,
team.
yes.
So
very
they know that you have given the right feedback, and then they are expecting that when you give a feedback, that they very critically understand, okay, where do I get this? Okay, I'm good. Yes, good. If I'm not,
but it also happened. But it also happened that it also happened that when we are on a point, they have said something in a file and I'm not agreeable. I'm going to discuss. Yet, if while discussing, I see their points are right, then I'll go with them.
Okay. Okay. So you're open. That means you're openly trying to understand them.
But better. I'll discuss. But because you will have to convince me that what you are saying is right. Until I'm not convinced, I'm not going to agree.
Okay. Right.
Denise is smiling because she's going to say almost the same thing.
Right. So, but have you ever received any such direct feedback? Openly critical kind of a feedback?
Yes. With the boss, yes.
Okay. So how do you feel at that time?
I'd say, I'm sorry. First thing I would say, I'm sorry, I didn't get your message well, or I didn't have much information. Okay, I'll do it again. Okay,
Okay.
but inside you feel it. Inside you feel it.
Feel it, right?
Especially
That's
when
the
you're
main
getting
thing.
it like in a management meeting in front of everybody.
Correct. Yes, yes. That's true. I agree that, as humans, we tend to be a little, hurt. See,
Yeah,
we may
especially
not,
when it's in
yes.
front of everybody.
See, we may not show it, the part of it that way, because we have emotional intelligence. So what happens is we don't try to show that we are really hit, that we are really hurt. We try to manage, and then we come out of it, and then we try to do it. We'll do a good job, no doubt, and then we submit it. But then there is always that stigma that's there in the mind, which comes, that yes, I was hurt. That was not the way it should have been told, communicated. He could have just called me inside and told me that, what is this? So I would have done a better job. So this thing comes in the mind. So
Yeah.
yes. So let's look at one situation here. The strength works. Another, question that I have for you is: have you ever received feedback from that was high on strength and less on formality? We're talking about. Let me show it. The second quadrant, that is open communication. And how did you feel about it? Or the person, whoever you gave, how did they feel about it? Anyone who would want to add, with what happens when you gave and what happened when you received something? So open communication we're talking about.
For example, in my case,
Yeah.
I have that kind of feedback, and it depends from the situation and everything, But when you have that kind of open, the communication is open, you can say the things straight, but also with respect and everything. So I already learned a very good tool about feedback, and it called the sandwich, And what does it say? That first you have to give a very good thing. In the middle, you can say feedback directly. And also you will finish with that kind of good things to say about the person. So when you have that kind of open, the communication is open. So the people always, they feel that
they receive it well.
Communication channel is you can talk about.
Right. So they receive it well. More so, the other person receives it well.
Okay. Sometimes, the people is not sometimes that they like to do so, but sometimes the people are not agree with that kind of the communication is open.
Okay.
But normally in my case, for example, last week I already did it. And she was grateful, and we have a conversation, a very good conversation. And she say thank you for the feedback, and she likes to do so. And she told me that she's a new member of my team, and she told me that she sometimes she prefers to have that kind of the communication.
Oh, okay. Right. So I think we will be going to all those methods of feedback as well. So yes, Ms. Kukunda, anything that you would want to add, Ms. Audrey?
I want to add something what Cecilia was saying. When you in relation to open communication, yes, there needs to be respect, but also I feel that the need to be as frank as the frankness needs to be there, and the positivity. If you have the open communication with the positivity in mind, that because we're having this because I want you to do, better, to go further. You have to, like Cecilia was saying, it's not necessarily the one receiving this message or having the open communication with will be seen as something that matters or what. But at the end of the day, open communication, we need to have all that to be able to move forward. Yes.
Okay, so I think yes, we're looking at the positive side of it, because open communication has a little more positive touch to it, right? So Miss Audrey, you had something to say?
Okay, maybe what I can add is during what I've done on open communication is when I'm appraising the employees and giving feedback on their performance. So sometimes maybe somebody has not performed well. You need to discuss with this person. They give you what is hindering them from performing well. It is maybe affecting, it is something about their strength, but you are giving open communication. So next time they will try and work hard on that area.
That area. Okay, that's great.
Yeah.
I think you're actually looking at what is the hindrance for their performance, and you're also trying to work it out with the employee. Yes. Okay. So that's a very nice approach, actually. So let's look at these two statements just to understand this better. Which type of feedback would positively impact your performance? So one statement says, A statement says, such a lousy report. Will you ever learn the skill of making a report? This is what A statement. B statement says, the report which you made yesterday needs some more relevant data and formatting. Why don't you go do it again? This is one way of putting it. So which do you think is better? So as a leader, which do you think you will prefer to use?
I would prefer
I'll go
B.
for the second one.
B is what is more popular in the
Yeah.
chat. Jester, Kukunda, Erla, B, Yesh, B, right. So I think Zela, if I'm spelling it out right, B. Okay, most of them, no A's at all. Cecilia, A, B, right. So now we understand that you're looking at the statement and looking at how it must be feeling to the other employee. We actually want to take the second statement, because we know that this approach is a little better one and more polished, and it will give a right impact to the employee. So we ultimately want the employee to realize what is his potential and how to go about doing it, rather than pulling him down. Our intention here is not to pull the employee down, or our intention is not to hurt this employee emotionally or mentally. We just want to give him that support and say that if you do it this way, this is going to be more beneficial. So that's our approach. If you're looking at it, yes, B is the right one. So let's look at another situation here, statements again. Yes. The first one, A, says, the report which you made yesterday is out of the world. I think this is the tone of Miss Babita. Out of the world. Oh, congratulations.
If it is good.
Yes.
If it's not good, no. But if it's good, definitely I would say that.
Right. So the second statement says, the report which you gave me was well formatted, has well-researched data, and carried the apt messages for the board of directors to take key decisions. Keep up the good work. So now, as leader, which would you prefer and why? B.
B, me B.
Okay.
Me B.
B. Oh, Ms. Babita is now opting for B, right?
Yes. Why? I'll tell you. Because there is a lot of information there. You have given that person like what is good at all the steps.
Right.
And also keep the good work up.
Right. So B is more informal. If you look at it, it is more informal. And what is formal? Just very crisp and to the point, saying that, the report that you made yesterday is out of the world. So you're just appreciating it to the extent and something I have never seen. So you're giving that in a very crisp way and very formal. So The informal, that is looking at it, is more in detail. You're actually talking about the detail of the project, the way that he has submitted, and the elements that you really appreciate and why it was useful. Board of directors taking key decisions. So this is actually helping the employee to, okay, this is what was the best part of it.
Purpose.
So yes, I
What was
must
the
do this.
purpose of the report, in
Yes.
fact?
So then next time, I think I should be doing the similar way, maybe better than that, and whatever. He can just figure it out in his own way, the next job that is given to him. People know, Cecilia says the people know exactly what they have to do it again, right? B, Mr. Hassan, B is, it has a lot of information that is needed for decision. Yes. So I think most of us have agreed to the point that this B is better, because here it is talking about informal way of communication, but giving them complete detail so that the employee knows what to be doing and how to do it in the next project. or
Which
assignment.
according, ma'am, which according to you is going to give the biggest smile on the face, A or B?
B, ma'am. Obviously B. See, A is of course going to give a smile, but what happens is, I must say that the employee as a person, if I'm getting a feedback that, the first feedback, I will like it. For the moment, I'm going to be very happy, no doubt about it. That day, yes, I will say, right, I did a good job, right. But the second one is going to give me those elements and those factors which I can remember. It will be in my mind. Oh, last time, the formatting, the data that I gave, research, that really helped. So this time I should do a better research. I should give more information. So that's what I'm going to work on. So I will know where to work on. That's something which is in B. In A, it's not there. So I like the B. So that's what is going to give us more result. Yes, Ms. Dennis.
Yes, I want to add on to what you've said. Definitely for B, because A, when you say you got a compliment like you made yesterday is out of the world, it seems as if this is it. I'm the best, and
Correct.
whatever I'll do, I'm just gonna get the only way to do is this way,
Right.
because this is out of the world. So like you said, B, it's more detail, where your focus area is. So definitely, yes, I support B. Yeah.
Right. So this is what we're looking at. So giving effective feedback is what is our role. That is our job. Now, how do we further do it? Let's see in the next few slides. Yeah, we have this scenario. To the left, we have what was said. The statements are already told. Nothing can be done here. This right one column, which is saying that what it can be replaced with. So we need to replace the sentences in a little different way. Let's see how to do it. The first one says, you're missing deadlines and it is impacting the rest of the team and the project. So this is the feedback given by the boss. Now, as a leader, how do you use the statement in a different way to give it to your team?
I would say, do you all realize that we are a chain and each part is important for the next one for the chain to be complete? So please, head on shoulders, let's do the work.
Okay, right.
But sometimes when I'm angry, I would say it like this. Because not every time you can be too kind. It's not good to be too kind all the time. Otherwise, they take you for granted.
I was expecting this, Ms. Babita, from you. I said, I can't put you in the second column where I can say that, okay, you'll have to be like this.
Yeah, it can be done sometimes. Let's say you've got a newcomer, he's learning, or you've got somebody who is not well. So you're going to say the second column. But every time I'm going to tell you the same thing, come on, you're not meeting. Then I'm going to get out of my chair and stand up and tell you it well.
Right, taking this note forward, anyone else who would want to add in here?
Yes, where's Yash? I want to hear from Yash and Bishram.
Yes, I think we're waiting for Mr. Hassan also, Mr. Yash, please. Mr. Mohammed, we need your inputs.
Denise, I'm waiting for your reply.
Yes, Mr. Yash, you have raised your arm.
Yes.
Yes. I'm definitely not on the same wavelength as Babita. Although I agree with her that we work always under pressure, but I think we can do things differently, so as to get all employees along to move forward, whatever is has to be done.
Okay, so how do you replace this statement? Okay, you disagree with the first one. So how do you replace this?
Perhaps I will say I think we will not be able to meet the target
Okay.
at the pace we are working at. And what should we together do so that we can reach the target by the date that has been fixed?
Okay, that's great. Great. That's nice. That's a nice way of putting it. Okay, so anyone, I think after this, we'll take a 10-minute break. Ms. Tanvi has already hinted it. So anyone else who would want to just, change one of these statements? The second one says, you seemed annoyed in the morning yesterday. It made reaching a decision very difficult. This is a very direct, formal way of giving feedback. Now, how do you change this? Or the third one, you can try this also. You have stepped into a new role and don't seem to be handling things well. This is a very formal way of giving feedback. So how do you change it? Who would want to try? Ms. Dennis?
In my case, I want to think about the third one. And maybe I would say, okay, you know, the objective of your new role, you are getting to, so I need you to say if there is something that we can say that we can help you in order to get the objective of your new role, in order for the person to be not to feel alone, but to be a companion with.
Okay.
So,
yeah, that's nice. That's a nice way of putting it. So you're just trying to say the same thing in a slightly different and a little polished approach, because that's how you can get the effectiveness and you can get the productivity of the employee, right? Thanks for that input. Ms. Dennis, Ms. Sukunda.
Well, for me, for me, I would say, well, from yesterday, knowing your way of thinking, and I've noticed that the contribution made was not that was not to the expectation. Is there something that's that needs the attention, or you want to talk about it? Because you want to make that person understand that definitely everybody is valued and his or her contribution is very much appreciated. But from what you've understand or what you've heard yesterday was not to the level of expectation. So this is will have been my approach.
That's nice. So that you're trying to say that, you know, that the person's contribution is important and you're just trying to make him feel comfortable.
Yes.
Right. So I think good. So Ms. Darlini says we need to work together. Each is contributing to the success of the project. Can we address the issue that is causing any delay or problem? Open to suggestion. Right. So yes, so this is a way wherein you're putting it to the employee. So employee is not feeling threatened. He is not feeling embarrassed. He is not feeling unhappy, because at the end of the day, he's going to work there with you for another 8 hours or 8.5 hours, whatever is the work schedule that you have in your organization. And he needs to actually put in his mind and his commitment to the job. Right. So yes, with this, I think we'll take a 10-minute break and we can get back here by 12:05 it is. So 12:10 till 12:15. Sorry. Tanvi, is it 12:15?
It's 12:10, Dr. Latangi.
No, abhi 12:10 hai. So we'll come back.
Acha, okay. By your clock, it's 12:10.
No, you tell me. I'll fix it. It's 12 o'clock. So we'll come at 12:10.
So as per everyone else's clock, 10 minutes from now on.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
no problem. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, so after the break. So welcome back again. So we were looking at some of the statements where we could work on it and then use it with our team members. So let's also look at another set of statements. Okay. Yeah, I think we'll have it in the next round. So now we're looking at STAR. This is a model. So let's see what STAR implies. So this is what the model refers to. S stands for situation, task. T is for task. A is for action, and R is for result. So now what are we supposed to be doing here? How do we, relate it to our, effective feedback? So going to the next, we'll just take it over with each aspect of it, STAR. Each of them we'll take it through in all of these, situations. So there's one situation here which is based on high strength based feedback using STAR method. Now let's have this activity. So I want you people to, please look into this and then participate. You're the project manager of a leading IT company. This is a situation. Harish, a team lead reporting to you, has a team under him, which is short-staffed and facing a significant backlog of work. There was an error found in software in an important project assigned to his team. Harish managed to solve the situation patiently and the cause behind the errors and was eventually found. So he was successful in doing it. You have been hearing good words from his team members about him. You want to share the feedback to Harish. How would you carry out this session using STAR method?
Can you show back the STAR model, please?
Yeah, this is the model. Situation, task, action, and result. So now we can look at what is this situation? What is the task assigned to him? What is the action taken by him? And what is the result? Now, how do you just, take all of these things into your feedback and how do you give it to him effectively? What is the situation? Maybe you can just see that, a hint is that
I am thinking, okay, the situation is that we have we have a backlog of work. That is the situation. And the task is that we are short-staffed. So I will try to say that in order to remark the situation, to put it into the situation and to explain to him what is the task and the action that he took. Maybe I could tell that we can see, everybody could see that he was very good to find out to manage to solve that situation in a very good way, patiently, and also he was directly in order to find the error. And the results were that the error was found, and also it makes all the team feels well that the team is in very good hands. I would say that some kind of.
Right. So I think you have included everything. The situation was that he, as a team lead, was having short-staffed and he had some issue at hand. He had the software was a problem. There was an error in the software. So this situation had to be handled and he had patience. So as a team lead, he had the knowledge and he knew how to resolve it. So he has resolved it. So basing on all of this, you have given the feedback to him. That's good. Yeah. So any other participant who would want to add? Mr. Mohammed, you're not talking. Congratulations, Harish. Yash says, for having completed the task through your personal intervention so as to resolve the issue despite the shortage of staff. Right. Great. Very crisp and nice. You put in all of those. Right. So
May I add?
yeah, please.
Yeah, I would start by an exclamation. Congrats, Harish. How are you? I'm so happy you've been able to manage this problem and save us critics from the clients. Despite that you are not having staff, you're short of staff, you have been able to do it. Congratulations, and keep up the good work.
Okay, that's the Babita style.
And also I would say, your staff are so much praising you and they are so happy about you. So you deserve it, boy. Go have a break with your staff this evening.
Right. Cecilia says, okay, I like how it sounds, Babita.
Thank you.
Mr. Mohammed, I want you to add in. Mr. Hassan, maybe you can put in your word. Ms. Dennis, nothing to add?
Well, I like the way Babita put it, because despite the odds, despite the difficulty, so congratulations. I know it's not easy. You are short-staffed and not forgetting the backlog, but eventually you pull through. And what's the most important is that you did not rely on me as the project manager to fix the software issue, but you as the leader within your field, your group, you managed to pull through, and your staff commend you for that. So definitely, yeah.
Good. Yeah. So you've added one other element saying that, okay, you didn't include me, you didn't come to me.
Yeah.
Good. Yes. So yes, let's look at this STAR model. So acknowledging the situation. This is what all of you have done now. You've acknowledged the situation, identify the action, and praising the result. So you've included all of this so that he understands that, yes, you have noted down, you have noted what was the situation. Because you as a leader, it's very crucial for your role, because if you acknowledge the difficulty also along with the accomplishments, ultimately the result is got, he has achieved, there's nothing to debate. But since you're acknowledging everything, that gives that element wherein he's more satisfied. He says, oh, so the boss has observed that there is a shortage of staff, he knows about it. He also knew there is an error in the software, and he knew that critically I had patience and I did do the job. So that is giving him that satisfaction. So yes, that's what we are looking at. So Mr. Hassan says, congratulate Harish and give feedback from his team. Okay, good. So let's go to the next again situation, STAR feedback again. We're looking at, hi Harish, the other day when things went wrong on the software program, this is one way of giving the feedback, like you have contributed already, you have told. Now let's look at how we have done it. So, you didn't panic. Instead, you kept a calm head and focused on finding a solution along with your team. You remained patient and eventually determined what the cause for the error in the software was. Team members were inspired by your composure and focus, and that helped us to solve the problem more quickly. Congratulations, job well done. We are all proud of you. Like, I think there's a tone of Babita here. So the congratulations part has also come here. So I think you must be happy. So this, we focused more on, the STAR feedback. This is the kind of STAR feedback that you can as well use. Now let's look at the other feedback, low strength based feedback using STAR method. So how do we do that? So this is another situation. You are a client relation manager of a marketing company. So Arun is a new employee in your team and he has assigned a proposal for a leading client. You have sent him some suggestions and changes in the proposal. However, Arun did not make any changes and did not send you an appropriate proposal. Therefore, you could not accept the proposal and eventually you had to make the proposal on your own and help the other team members along with it. You want to carry a session of giving feedback to Arun. How would you carry out the session using STAR method, STAR model?
Ma'am,
Yes.
when there was changes in the proposal,
Hmm.
did the boss inform him just by mail or call him and inform him?
I think it has been properly, formally told to him.
Okay.
Maybe
okay.
by mail or maybe
Okay.
verbally
Okay.
also.
Mhm.
The situation is that despite all those things, he has not been able to come up to the boss's expectation. And then ultimately the boss had to complete the task. So now he you can understand his mindset. Now he wants to back using the STAR model. So how would he do it? I know what's going on in your mind.
I'm waiting for Dennis to I'm waiting. Dennis, come on, I'm waiting for you and Cecilia to say
Yes,
something.
yes. After that,
Well,
Babita
for me, bluntly, I will say that I will call Arun indefinitely, telling him that for me, he doesn't value the responsibility that he's got. Because the situation as is, he's been given a proposal and we are counting on him, not me being the manager. Even if I send him the proposal, this is not something complete. This is the suggestion that means as a leader, I am contributing towards whatever needs to be the input in the proposal. So as the staff, he needs to refine it and all, but he chose not to do anything. And he just send it back to me as is, and I have to seek the approval. So my question will be, do you still feel that you deserve a position within that particular company? Do you feel no, bluntly, because it's all about progress, and if we want, for me, this is the way I have to go, because as much as you want to secure an employment within the company, you need to be aware of the responsibility and everything that has been assigned to you. So at the end of the day, failing to work on one proposal, does that mean I have to every now and then be going behind you, Arun, as the employee, to remind you of the responsibility, which in the first place, when you did the interview, you have the job application right in front of you. So do you still feel belong in that particular company? So maybe this is my approach, not being too harsh, but at times you have to be cruel eventually to be kind.
Okay. So Mr. Mohammed says maybe he forgot to do so. Okay. Mr. Hassan says Arun not taken his responsibility appropriately, so he can be fired from his position. Oh my God. Miss Dennis, I think you have set the tone here. So, people
no, because at times in a company, people tend to think if we are surrounded like a group, let's say there's 10 of us, and you don't see the purpose of the big picture, that is how we want to go forward together. So if there's 10 of us, I can slack back, I can stay behind, because the remaining will do it. But without realizing that it's a chain, just like Babita, Cecilia, we were saying earlier, this is a chain. So the moment I do not link with the other one, we don't make progress, we don't move forward. And if I don't do that, it will be as if I'm sitting down, laying back, just like I did yesterday. I'm going on the beach, expecting for Babita and Cecilia to do my work. So when it becomes when it is a failure, it's their failure, but the success becomes my success also. So I need to be part and take responsibility throughout the whole. So sorry for
Yes, I think I can
explaining a little more.
Yes, is also here to say something. Please, all have got activated by your response. So let's see.
Yeah,
what
Miss,
Mr. Yash says.
Miss, I don't think that in this statement that you have the proper communication between the manager and employee. That's the reason the maybe it happened like this.
Okay, so you feel that maybe the communication was not proper. Now let's assume that he has been communicated. Now what do you do? As a leader, how do you give feedback to this person?
Yeah, if I given the proper the instruction to the employee, if he doesn't do in proper way, I will give him the again I will the remind in the within the time period. If it is not if the 2 or 3 times, if I say to do the work, then that will I will give him a written the warning to him.
Okay. So you want to give him a little long rope. You want to just give him another chance. Like
I will give him the chance, the 2 or 3 chance I will give. If he not do, I will do that.
Right. Miss Audrey says Arun seems to be rude because he picked the proposal and the suggestions to improve and did nothing but instead returned the proposal as it was. He needs to actually to explain in writing what really happened after receiving the show cause letter. Okay. Oh my
Dennis, after Yash, I'm going to tell my way how I'm going to do. I'm excited to say it.
I know. I think
after Yash, I'm going to say after Yash.
Mr. Yash is finished, but I think Ms. Dennis is still wanting to say something.
Okay, let her say.
Yeah, please.
Can I go ahead?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I'm having some problem with the Wi-Fi today. I've just missed out. Let us not forget, if we analyze this sort of what's in front of us. Yes, Arun is a new employee, but he got employed because he has got the qualities and the abilities during his work interview. He got this job because of his qualities and abilities. He's new, yes.
Okay.
And even if he was assigned a proposal, being new in that company, getting to know how things done, he should at first hand, the manager already have assisted him. He has put down some suggestion that's showing him that, yes, you are new, but you are not alone. This is the way to go. But then again, Arun failed to come back to the either manager or anybody else to seek help. Yes, you are new to that particular company, but then again, you have the ability and qualities. But Arun, I think, did not take that into account. And this is why he just take the proposal and sent it back to the sender. And it's as if already it shows you that he does not respect the directives. And eventually going down the line, it will pick up months and years in the company. Already shows you that he might be a tough employee to work with. He failed to respect one simple directives. And for me, being a new employee, definitely he needs to be put to task and know what is expected from him. So this is my my point of view.
Okay, good. I think.
Okay, may I say now?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, first of all, calmly, I'm going to ask, because now I'm angry. This is why I'm saying it. Calmly, I would ask Arun to come in my office, sit down, take a seat. Tell me, Arun, did you realize that you got a project to work for one of our leading clients? You know, our company depend on our clients. He would say yes. Did you notice that I sent you some proposal and some suggestion? I did that because you are a new employee So you might not be knowing our clients, the likes and dislikes of our clients. This is why I sent you some suggestion and proposal. Did you take that into consideration? No. Why? I'll allow him to tell me. So where's why you didn't? He might be saying that I thought that this wouldn't. Oh, despite that you are new, you have not taken the suggestion to consider because you were thinking that might be good. But did you bother to discuss it with us first?
Okay.
You didn't. So you took it on yourself, feeling that this is going to be good for the client. But you are new. You should have come and discuss us. Then ultimately, what is the problem? I'm doing the work. I have had to do the work myself. Then what are you doing here?
Okay.
I would not like this to repeat again. I'm going to give you another chance, but I don't want this to be repeated again. So beware.
Okay.
And let me tell you that I'm angry.
Oh, okay. Right. So you're also completely giving him your piece of your mind. Mr. Yash, did you complete? Your hand is still raised.
Yes, hand is still raised.
Yes, I have not got the opportunity to intervene.
Yeah, please go ahead.
For me, I will say, Arun, I understand that you are new to the organization. You will appreciate that by not making any amendments to the proposal as discussed, this has resulted in the non-submission of a proposal, which will have financial implication. Therefore, invited to stand guided by your colleagues or superior who are more experienced in that particular field, so that this does not happen anew.
Okay, good. So you have used the STAR model here.
Yeah, we need to understand also that he is a new employee.
Okay, right.
And in our situation, because we are in a government setup, in me, even Babita and Bisham, we are all in the same, working for the same ministry. We are posted to the different ministries, but under an umbrella. So it's quite difficult to, as if take disciplinary actions against officers.
Right.
Very often, we have a team of people working around us, and most of the time, we need to work together.
Right, that's right.
Away with, okay, you are not performing, you have to step out of my team. Because we have to keep the team together. And so we always have to remember, okay, I understand the point of view of Babita, but then it's for me, very often I find myself in a very awkward situation where we cannot do away with even not performing at that level.
Correct.
So what is more important is that we try to bring these people who are not working according to the standards, to the levels that expected. We give them chances to improve.
Correct. Okay, I think this was a very good, introspection, saying that that he's a new employee, so he needs to be given a chance, and the organization as a leader, you cannot afford to lose this employee also, because you need to take the team along, right? I think this is a good thing. Mr. Zilla says he is rude. At least he could have had some concern, right? Yeah. Erla says, I will ask Arun what happened, why revision changes was not incorporated in the proposal. I will give him a chance to do the revision if the deadline is not due yet. I will ask him to do it again, maybe another chance to do it. Okay, right. So I would also add in here that, in private organizations, for us, especially, getting recruitment happening in the organization itself is a big task, because getting the approval, right, approval from the bosses, and getting them to know that, yes, we need a person in the organization, and then taking him on the role and doing the orientation, and then giving him that little inputs as to what is his kind of job and all that takes little time. And it is actually not only time consuming, it is also the revenue, the cost to the company. So when there is a cost to the company, we also need to understand that, we cannot afford to, just remove an employee just like that. Sometimes we may not have the authority even to remove the employee just like that. We need to again take priorities, steps, measures to make them understand that there is a problem and they need to work on it. So that's why STAR model we are trying to focus on. So let's just look at it like this. What does the STAR model say? This is what again, acknowledging the situation, identify the action, and highlight the areas of improvement, because we are now trying to take this team member along with us. We know that there is a problem, there has been a problem. So we don't want this problem to be occurring again. So now how do we give the feedback? This is what we are talking. So let's see here, the STAR feedback. How does it happen? Hi, Arun, this is regarding the proposal I had sent you last week. When I shared the proposal with the corrections and some queries, there was no revert from your end. Hence, I could not accept the proposal. If you had displayed proactiveness and ownership, then we would have closed the loop for the proposal well before the deadline. Your proactiveness and ownership about work at hand is expected in future. I'm sure that will help you to get the work done in time. So this is what we may use as a team leader. So this can be used as one of the method wherein you're giving a STAR feedback about the work that he has done. No doubt he has not done the work, and as a leader you're thoroughly annoyed, but then what is the solution? We cannot always keep rejecting employees and removing the employee. So we'll have to come out with some kind of a solution, because we'll have to understand that we need to have emotional intelligence. As leaders, we're supposed to display the emotional intelligence. So take this thing forward, looking at the aspect of Mr. Yash also said, he's new to the organization. We need to give him a chance. We can't afford to lose an employee. With that, let's go forward to the next. Now, what can we do? This is one approach where we call it as a la carte. So this approach, what happens? Let's see what happens using this approach. How do we give feedback or use this method to help the employee perform better? The second method is called as classic sandwich method, right? So we're looking at a la carte, and in that we're looking at classic sandwich. Now, looking at classic sandwich, this is a sandwich approach which Miss Cecilia also was referring to. She said, nice. I was very happy to hear that she has used it earlier. So we are trying to, figure this out. Strength focused conversation. The first quadrant is going to talk about the strength focused conversation. That means you're going to identify the employee's strength, and the conversation will be based on that. Start with, then the feedback. Maybe you like this, whatever he has done, so you're appreciating, giving him the feedback. Then again, we're closing it with a strength focused closure of the feedback. So the feedback is in the center. So we are focusing on the strength area. So both the layers are actually covered with the strength, the top and the bottom. Only the in between, we have the feedback. So how do we use it? Let's have a situation here. See, the situation is you are managing a team. Preeti is one of your team members. Preeti has led a brainstorming meeting for an important project. Habitually, Preeti does not circulate the agenda prior to the meeting. There is an issue here. She leads, which ends up in extra time needed for building context at the start by you. You have pointed that out to her many times. Another situation. After one such meeting, you want to tell her to be more organized. How are you, how will you use the classic sandwich technique to do this? We have to use the classic sandwich method, the strength, feedback, and again strength. Andrea, can you say something? Darlini? After that heated discussion of Arun, I think we have come to another situation. Preeti is here as a person for debate.
Anyway, I'm just contributing here, trying to use the sandwich, the classic sandwich approach.
Yeah.
And well, Preeti, she's got the ability, he or she, it's a he or a she?
It's a she. Preeti
It's a
in
she, okay.
India. Yeah, it's a she.
It's a she, okay. Well, she's got the ability because you are preparing for a very important meeting for the important project. So, but the problem with Preeti is that it's a habit for her not to circulate the agenda prior to the meetings, and she takes her time, you can say. But for me, I think definitely she will be needing some training in the area of time management, because she's an asset for this particular company, and the problem of her with the management of time, it's a very big problem, and definitely it impacts on the company. So I would suggest that she will need to go on a training or coaching in relation to time management. So I don't know if it's included in the classic sandwich technique.
Okay, right. Anyone who would want to try? Yes, Mr. Yash is here, please.
Yeah, for me, in the first instance, I will praise Preeti for the good work that has been done. Then I will come with the problem identified, that I give the feedback that, okay, given that the agenda is not circulated in time, the problem has arisen, and also my difficulty are to lead the discussion. Okay, therefore I will again praise Preeti, and will expect her to be more mindful the next time, so that the work is done correctly.
Right. Okay. So I think that's a good way of putting it. Thanks, Mr. Yash. Miss Cecilia, I thought you would contribute because you like the sandwich approach.
I am thinking about it, and maybe I will start with her that she's doing a very good job, and also I can tell her that she's part of very important part of the team. And also I will tell her about that so many times I have told her about that point that she needs to improve. And at the last, I will challenge her in order to say that if she had all these things will get done. So can you imagine if you improve this thing? Imagine what kind of level you can reach. And maybe I will tell her that she can imagine all the contribution that she can give to the team. And I will tell her to challenge her, and maybe she could see not only this thing, but the improvement that she can have. And I will end it that way in order to make her feel very good, very part of, and challenge and improve.
Correct. Okay, that's nice. So I can see that the employee will be happy to get the feedback that way. Sorry, seems to be connection. Yeah, I could see here. I will start with the praise. Mr. Zilla says, Zilia. Okay. Conversation that negative feedback lasting end with devoted to positive feedback. Can you put it in the context? Use it in the context and use Preeti as a person. You can try it again. Preeti, this is Hassan. Mr. Hassan says technique to Preeti, since this technique provide valuable technique for tackling challenging conversation. Right.
Sorry, I had to just see my boss for a few minutes. I missed that part. I'm going to read it now.
Okay.
Okay.
Right. So who else? I was just looking at Miss Farida Erla. Any inputs here? Would you want to try this?
I think I'd like to try.
Yeah.
I think I'll have to tell Preeti that she's doing her job for I think a good job for arranging meetings, and then I'll tell her that the meetings are quite good, but I'll say that I observed that she has not been circulating the agenda prior to the meetings, and because of that, it takes the meeting took longer than it should be. So, and after telling her that one, then I would probably say that time is important to us, and it's better that the people in the meeting are well informed, and because they're well informed, they'd be able to think ahead if there are the agenda that needs to be discussed. So it's really important that she prepares or sends out the agenda prior to the meetings, so that we can also have a better discussion during the meeting. So I hope I think that's it.
Right. Okay. Thanks, Darlene. I think you've used the classic sandwich method effectively. Right. I would say that, hey, Preeti, you are a good employee. You always do a good job. But to say, add on to this, like I always remind you of, keeping your agenda right and then circulate it beforehand, so that it gives more productivity and time for us to use the meeting time appropriately. So I think that you missed out, and I would again reiterate that you should take care of it. And the next meeting, I would want you to do a more organized job. So that's a good, method. So congratulations again, Preeti, for having this meeting, which was good. So maybe that way I'll close it. So yes, Preeti is an asset to the organization. So that's why we are actually looking at how to use her skills in a better way, so that she understands that there is a problem and then she needs to work on it. Now we're looking at another approach. This is open-faced sandwich, wherein you can see that everything is visible. It's not the normal classic sandwich. So you have the feedback on the top and the strength focus closure of the feedback at the bottom. This is how the method works. So this is called as open-faced sandwich. Now let's look at one situation. One of your key team members, Anuj, consistently arrives late for work. As luck would have it, Anuj is one awesome employee, and you're been late in taking any action against his perpetual lateness, because you don't want risk losing him, because you know that he is good. Right. Unfortunately, now other employees are complaining that Anuj is getting special treatment. You realize that you can't stall any longer without risking your reputation as a leader. It's time to take some direct action. How can you use this open-faced sandwich technique to do this? He's a very good employee. He's an asset. You want him, but he has this issue of coming late. So with this issue in mind, you need to give him a feedback, because everyone else is asking you and it's your liability, your responsible to actually take up this, handle the situation. So how would you do this? Using the open faced sandwich method. Audria has told about Preeti. Okay. Brainstorming session successfully. However, it is important to circulate the time to enable members to go through it on time. Right. Next time, please work on it. Improve. Right. Yes. Miss Babita, anything that you would want to say?
Well, he's a good employee. He's a good employee. I need him. I really need him.
Right.
But it is also true to say that other employees who are coming at the right time to work, they are also doing not only that Anuj is a good employee. Everyone is putting on their effort. So definitely I'll call Anuj and tell him frankly, I like to be frank. So I'll tell him frankly, you know, Anuj, I appreciate your work. You're really a good asset for me. Yet you'll have to like put up an extra effort in coming early, because otherwise this is demotivating the other employees. And as a team, we are going to lose if we allow other team members to like be demotivated.
Right. I think this is your style of approach. So it's much easier for you. Let's see, maybe Mr. Yash, can you say something? Because your approach generally is a very softer one. So how would you handle it?
Yeah, she's like this. Yeah, she's very soft person.
Yes, so I wanted to find out that will be very
Very
interesting.
calm, very calm.
Right.
Yeah.
No,
That will be very interesting. Yeah, please.
I will say to my team member, just to explain to you that
Yes, let us see you.
okay.
Long time not see you. Hi.
Okay.
Hello, yes, Mr. Yash, seeing you for the
yes.
first time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Just to tell you that I have in my office itself even my immediate subordinate, and they always come late.
Right. So you
But-
already have a situation.
Yes, I already have a situation.
Right.
But once they come late, they can almost every day I stay in office after office hours.
Okay.
So they can stay with me at whatever time I will ask them to. So in this particular circumstance, it is difficult for me as if to lay emphasis on a time of arrival and time of departure.
Okay.
But then if I do have some employees, because under my responsibilities, there are the different sections. So I know in some sections they come late, but in that sections, I do call upon these employees to be in time. So, but I will not be as if very rude to them. Yes, I will explain the importance of being in time.
Okay.
Because at the end of the day, there are mechanisms in place in the government sector. Whenever an officer comes late, there is his leave or her leave will be cut in the leaves.
Okay. Deducted. Yes.
There are deductions to be made.
Okay.
On my part, if I can, to ensure as if the discipline. Yes, we should always request employees to be in time.
Okay. Right. So
But-
that's what.
Yeah, but then very often, as I've said, we are in a setup. And we have also to give due consideration to all these issues. It's not just that okay, you work under my responsibility, you come late, so I can tell you, okay, you are late, so you are as if have been doing something wrong.
Okay. So I think, yes, I understand your point. You mean to say that since the mechanism is all in place, we need not go to that extent of, going rude on the employee. You will
Yes.
still be soft on him, but you will tell him that for the disciplinary part of it, you make your efforts to come early.
Yes, because I will explain to him, as per the HR requirement, you will have to come to work at and if you are not coming to work in time, so there will be cuts in your leave, and if this continue, so there will be disciplinary actions at the level of the HR.
Okay.
Because it's not my area of responsibility.
Okay. Right. So I think you have put your point there, but it's just that you don't want to put it in a rude way.
Yeah.
I get it. I get it. Right. Yeah, Miss Dennis, you have something.
Yes, I just want to contribute on what Yash was saying. Yes, definitely, Anuj, you are a very good worker. You are a key player. But then again, you need to realize that we are operating within an organization where there are lots of other employees, and you need to, as much as you are a key team member, you need to set example in relation to your attendance. But just if you just think it on a holistical side, just like Yash was saying, you can have an employee coming to work exactly respecting the time, can either come 30 minutes before the work time, like let's say 7:30, and the work starts at 8 to 4, but the level of productivity will be less than what Anuj produces, even if he comes at let's say at 9:30 and finish works at 4. But then again, you don't only concentrate on the time that you start working, but the finishing time. So if you come at, as your boss, I won't be there. Like Yash will be staying behind waiting on you. If you're coming at 9:30, you will, let's say, leave at 5:30. I'm gonna be there. So it's gonna be your responsibility to ensure you cover that 8 hours or so. But then again, the level of productivity, yes, Anuj, I know you are good, but like Yash was saying, other disciplinary action should come in. He should be put to task to be responsible, because as much as he has this ability, consider himself, I as the boss consider himself as a leader, consider him as a key team member. But then again, I have other employees that needs to be part of the group.
Right, right. I think, yes, you have put the point in a slightly different way. Ms. Arla says, Anuj, I hope you realize that you have been incurring late in going to work, and it is not a good practice. And other employees would were already complaining. Let's not wait for the HR to impose penalty over your late coming. Right. So over your tardiness, that will affect. Where was I? Yes. And you are an asset to the organization. So I hope you can improve you on this aspect. So you will be an excellent asset to the organization. Right. Okay. So yeah, ultimately we are focusing on the strength part of it, because he has this issue of coming late. So we're going to tell him directly in such a way that it's going to affect his, attitude towards work, and he will make his efforts to come and not get hurt or embarrassed. That's the whole objective of using this open-faced sandwich method. Okay, let's look at another situation quickly, the paleo diet. Now, this is something where you can see that the food is open. So there's no bread slice anywhere. So it's just direct, and you can say it is one of the direct methods. Techniques of giving feedback. I think this is going to be very easy for many of you. So Ms. Dennis is one, Ms. Babita, then, there are one or two again, I missed the names, but I think Yesh will have a problem here. And yes, Ms. Cecilia and Erla, I think, can try this, if I may ask you. Mr. Esh, can you use this method here? I will just show you the situation. Yes. Situation is you have a subordinate, Dheeraj, who loves to joke and have fun. Most of the time, you're okay with it. But occasionally, he goes just a bit too far. Okay, so in your last meeting, when you were suggesting certain accommodations for your upcoming conference, Dheeraj passed an embarrassing remark. Everyone laughed and your face turned color of a tomato. You offered a small laugh, but wisely said nothing. Instead, you are really upset, and after a short cooling off period, you decide to talk to Dheeraj. How can you use this paleo diet technique to do this? Mr. Yesh, this is for you.
Yes. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just trying to ask you because I wanted see, as a leader, you have certain very good elements. Now, how do you actually use this on such situations? That's why I am trying to find out.
Yeah. I will say it all depends upon the staff, that is the employee. Okay. At times we need to be very firm
Right.
in the dealings with the employee, but at other times, and also depending from employee to employee. Okay, because if I know personally that, okay, this is a subordinate who very often makes joke and funs and so on. So most of the time I will be very firm with him.
Right. So how would you react? What is your statement? How do you tell him this, convey this to him?
Most of the time I will call upon the employee to my office.
Okay, right.
Okay? I will call him to my office so that we can discuss. And I will certainly show him that, okay, whatever you have done is not the correct thing to be done in an office.
Okay.
Okay. There are certain standard of conduct within an office setup which needs to be maintained. Okay. We can joke, we can have fun, but not during important issues that are being discussed.
Okay.
And certainly not during a meeting with a large number of people.
Right. Yeah, I think yes. So this is a good thing that you made up your mind to ultimately tell him what you have in your mind. So that's good. Thanks, Mr. Yash. So, Ms. Cecilia, you want to try?
Yeah, I was thinking that, for example, because Dira, it's a she. No, it's a he. That right?
He. It's a he.
Yeah. Maybe I will tell her that. I will tell him. Okay. You know, how would you think to be in that position? Imagine that you are doing, and I do that to you. So how do you feel about that? And maybe he can realize that he doesn't feel well and he doesn't like it. So when he has empathy, he can do all the picture, and maybe I will ask him to let him do that in his mind, and wait for an answer that he can tell me, okay, yes, I don't like to be that way. So that is why I'm asking you to do so in order to improve this kind of meetings and to make feel everyone very good and kindly.
Okay, so I think Ms. Dennis has used this method with a little softer approach. You have given the feedback, but it is a little softer. That element of soft.
Kind of, because I think that we can do it, but when he can realize that he doesn't have the very good way, maybe he can turn red also.
Right.
His face.
I agree completely. Yes. Thanks, Ms. Cecilia. Ms. Dennis, you had something to say.
Yes, I agree to disagree with Cecilia, because one thing needs to be put into concept. Diraj has this tendency of doing this every day. So it's in his blood. It's in here. It's despite you would like to sit him down calmly, tell him, if I did this to you, how would you react? I think you're gonna get the same thing. He's just gonna make another joke, make another laugh out of it. So for me, outright, Diraj, look, as much as you want to bring some fresh air to the room, or some you cool down a tense situation, this joke thing needs to stop. Needs to be stopped right now, because otherwise you're going to affect the organization. And because let us not forget, you were having an important meeting with people. Okay, what's gonna be the thinking of those people going out there with such comments? If my face look like the color of a tomato, you can imagine what the others might be thinking.
Right.
Despite they won't say out loud, but they will talk. So for me, definitely outright, Diraj, look, this needs to stop. Despite you want to bring some good elements in the room, but at times your jokes is too irritating. You have because I like to use this, you have to be cruel to be kind at times. So I have to make him understand. Now, it's true, you have to, as much as you appreciate it, because at times, yes, we need some jokes in the room just to break the ice or ease the tension a little bit. But the moment you start going too far and you are not stopped right here and there, you will think it's normal. And this is what Diraj actually did, because he's so used to the cracking of jokes and making everybody laugh. So for him, it's the normal thing. It's the norm, you can say, for him. So I won't go with the like Cecilia was saying, if I tell you this, will you react this way? Because for him, for me, I will get nowhere with this. So outright, Diraj, this needs to be stopped. I don't know. This is me.
Right. I think I knew that, Ms. Dennis would come up with a direct approach. It's easy for you, because you are carrying that kind of an aura as a leader. So it's easy for you to tackle, give the feedback with this approach. So that's why we're trying to deal with different approaches to see which kind of approach you are good at, but you are also supposed to give another kind of approach, and how would you do that? So that's what is our, trial. Yes, Ms. Babita, you had something to say.
Yeah, I was surprised with the reaction of Yash. I thought Yash was going to be like cooler, but this time he stand on his foot and say it right. As for me, I did came to such situation earlier because I like to joke all the day. Okay. I joke a lot, yet I'm very serious at work. I joke on every day, on everything I can joke, but for work, I'm really, really very serious. So I always tell my staff, when it concerns work, we don't joke. In this situation, what I would do on the spot itself, I would say, Diraj, we are not joking. We are not here for joke. This is an important issue. Let's keep the joke for later. Okay. So we are going to consider. If you have anything to say about what on my proposal, it's okay. We are going to listen to you. Otherwise, please, you respect me, I respect you. We are in a meeting room. We are not outside. We are not in the lunch room. We are not outside. So you respect me, I respect you. Let's set things right. Then I know it will hurt Diraj because I said so in front of everybody. So after the meeting, after saying that in the meeting, I would have called him. I have already had such situation because really I joke. I very much joke.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Babita. I think I will reserve my comment just after this one, chat section. Arla says, I will say, know, Dheeraj, there are certain an appropriate time, place to drop an embarrassing remark or joke. What you just said in the last meeting is not appropriate and the timing is not good. And I hope you realize that and not to repeat the same, right? Mr. Hassan said on this important issue, not provide embarrassing remark. Okay, right. So he is also talking about in the meeting itself, he's going to address this issue, right? I had a situation similar to this wherein one particular employee has this habit of, joking and doing all kinds of things unnecessarily. So, and this discussion was on academics and we're trying to talk about something, and then he happens to again have a joke. I had told him earlier that, he's supposed to check on his, habits. But again, when it came, I just in the open, when in the meeting itself, I immediately said, I think, Mr. So-and-so, let's not have this here. Let's talk about it later. Now we are on the discussion. Let's debate on this. That's all. So there it closed. So otherwise, now since the situation is saying that, you really felt bad, and then you have a cooling period, and then you need to speak to Dheeraj, then I would call this same XY and tell him that, I think what you did in the meeting is inappropriate and not acceptable. So I think you need to stop this, and I hope you don't do this next time, because then I will have to take the action next, whatever is needed to be done. So that's all. So that would be my approach, because when we're saying paleo approach, that means we're saying something directly to that employee. Why? Because we have already told this in a soft way and he has not heard it. He has not taken that into his mind. So now we need to bring this effect so that the other employees are actually looking at this example. You're setting an example so that next time anyone else who ever want to even think about it will not do it. So that will make your speed of work, the organizational culture, the work culture better, and it will improve all other areas. So that's what I would say. Yes, I think this all of you contributed very well. So let's look at one last approach. I must say, the untraditional wrap. So this is all a mix of lot of things. So let's see how it works. This is, again, it's talking about initial strength focused conversation, feedback, again, strength focused conversation, feedback, and strength. So this is going to be a little, heavy on all. So let's see the situation. You are a manager and have just advised Prerna, your team member, that she will not be going to an upcoming national meeting being held in the exotic location. Vikram, another team member, will be going instead. Prerna's protest because there are specific presentations related to her work that she thinks she should be part of it. But your answer is a firm no. Prerna thinks you are not being a fair boss. However, you wish to explain her that Vikram has not got such an opportunity earlier, and you want to be fair to every team member. So she needs to be a bit more patient and considerate, as she has been to 3 such consecutive meetings. How will you use this untraditional wrap technique to do this? You need to give her a feedback. And how do you use this method? This is what it is. You have a strength, then you give feedback, strength, feedback, strength. That's how it is. So with this situation, how do you do this? I think this time, Ms. Babita, you can try this.
Okay.
Because it's going to be easy for Cecilia and Yash and Erla to do it. Because they
just wanted to ask. Just wanted to ask a question. Is Vikram and Prerna in the same team?
Yes, they're in the same.
Yeah, the same team. So what Prerna is going to is referring to regarding the presentation relating to her work, Vikram can cover these too.
Yes.
So right. If I was the manager, this is the right thing that I would have done, because it is important to give each and every member of the team the share of the cake. You cannot give the bigger cake to somebody, because it ultimately demotivates team members. It really, so because when we talk of going like in an exotic location, this is always like a break for the staff. staff take it differently because staff are happy when you send them abroad for training or you give them leave office. It's important to leave office space and go outside. So why every time Prerna has already gone for 3 times, Vikram can cover that part of the presentation of Prerna. So most welcome for Vikram to go in on that.
So how do you give feedback to Prerna? Because she is insisting that you are not a
Okay.
good boss.
No, then I'm going to explain to Prerna. Prerna, you've already been there 3 times outside or on a tour or everything outside the office 3 times. Vikram hasn't had been outside. Vikram can cover. Instead, you're going to show Vikram what you were going to present. This will also add on your development because now you're coaching somebody else in the team.
Okay.
So please accept it. So please accept it because we have to share equally among team members.
Right. Okay. So you have used the method. Good. Good. Thanks, Ms. Babita.
Dennis, see Dennis.
Yes, she's ready.
Yes, definitely I'm in agreement with Babita because from the statement you already see why Prerna is so willing to go there because it's an exotic location. And just like Babita, because otherwise exotic would not have been in the statement if it was something to focus on. So definitely she wants to go there and not only of the exotic location, and she thinks she's not, that means she's not, how can I put that, not guaranteed enough because she thinks her work is related to what the presentation will be all about. So just like Babita put it, look, Prerna, you've been out of the office 3 times. You've got ample opportunity, ample experience, which I think sending Vikram will be something to his advantage. And again, like Babita says, I think, Prerna, you should assist Vikram with the presentation, which I think definitely will be beneficial to you as part of your personal development and to Vikram to gain more knowledge and experience on how to go about on such opportunity. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dennis. Yes.
My sister from another mother. You see, my sister from another mother.
Yes, that's true. I would say that.
Yes.
Mr. Hassan, Mr. Yash, would you want to try this? Mr. Mohammed?
Just to say that, okay, I will explain to Prerna that there is need for other members of the team to have an opportunity to have the same opportunity as each and every member of the team. And also, it is not the last time that Prerna will be going to another location. So it's going to be on turn, you see?
Right.
So
right.
that they are in the team. They feel that, okay, this time it is the turn of Mr. I don't.
Yeah, he is Vikram.
Vikram, yes.
Yeah.
This is a turn for Vikram.
See, I told you it's going to be easy for Mr. Yash because he is having that. He can handle this. In this technique, he can use it. Right. Thank you, Mr. Yash. Anyone who would want to try this?
Maybe I can add something.
Yeah, please. Audrey.
Yeah, okay. I concur with the 3 members, but I can add this. I will explain to Berna that best management practice is to share opportunities equally. And for succession management to be successful in an organization, it is good to capacity build all the team members. Yeah, you don't put all the eggs in one basket.
Okay, that's good. That's, I think you have crisp and short and crisp, you have used it. Right. So I think, yes, see, it's always a challenge when you have somebody else who's also equally good. But then to say no to that person because he is very productive and he's very good, you know that, but to stop him from thinking beyond that is a challenge. Of course, I agree to this. So let's see what Mr. Hassan says. I will use this technique to Prerna since brought a sense of closeness and collaboration with the other without allowing internal judgments to be cited, as there is always a concern to help Prerna evolve and not to point out mistakes. Okay. So I would say that, Prerna, Prerna, you are good, you know that, and that's why you have gone earlier to the exotic locations. I have sent you twice before, and this time, if I'm not sending, I'm sure you understand that there is something else on my mind. And now this is what, as a leader, I feel that Vikram is new and he also needs to be given a chance to go. And it's fair that we need to think about other employees, and you will appreciate this effort that tomorrow again, if there is a occasion, let's think about it. We will look at the options and then we'll think about who needs to be sent. But for this time, I think you should be good enough as a senior to help him out in his presentation to make a excellent presentation for the organization. So let's just do it. So, and then close this discussion there. So yes, so let's say now, why are we looking at so many options and what is it that you are comfortable with? I'm sure many of you are comfortable with one style and some particular models to use in your organization or your department. So which of it would you be preferring out of this? The sandwich format, open face sandwich approach, paleo diet, and the untraditional wrap. Which would you choose? Audria, which would you choose?
Okay, I think I will choose the sandwich format.
Sandwich format, okay.
Yeah.
And Cecilia, I think you like the sandwich format?
Yes, yes.
Right, right. Okay,
But
anyone
the
else?
other ones are interesting too.
Right, that's the effort. That's what you should be focusing now. Good, that's nice. Okay, anyone else who would prefer anything? Mr. Yash?
It all depends. For me, it all depends upon the situation. and also-
Situation, right. That's,
Yeah.
yes, as a leader, I
Yeah.
think we need to consider.
At times we may use one approach,
Yes.
but in other circumstance, we may use another approach.
Right. As a leader, I think we need to actually give a thought of all kind of feedbacks that are needed, because each employee, they're all different. All employees are different. We cannot handle everybody the similar way, and we cannot expect the result the same way. So I think yes, that's correct. Yeah, Mr. Mohammed, you would want to say something? Mr. Hassan? I can't get the others' names. So Erla, Farida, Ainur.
Yes, ma'am. I'm just curious with something.
Right.
Me sandwich.
Sandwich. Okay, right. Okay.
I prepared the sandwich format, but would it be there would be a need for a typical like me na would prefer a sandwich format, but do I need to develop the paleo diet format?
Yes. That's
Oui.
what we are all trying to do now. See, actually, why are we talking about all of these methods and the different approaches to give feedback is to understand the culture of the significance of giving feedback in the organization, the feedback culture. This is very important. As a leader, if you understand that the feedback culture has to be developed in the organization. So even the employee, when he wants to give a feedback to the boss, probably as a leader, you have also certain flaws. Maybe the communication was not very clear. The employee was not very clear about what you exactly wanted him to do, because in one of the situation you have seen that despite what the boss wanted, the proposal was not given, and then he had to do the proposal and then give it because he was new to the organization. So maybe something was not said properly, the tone was not set properly. So if the feedback culture is developed in the organization, so as a leader, if you build in that kind of a trust, and if you can build up that connection bond with the employee, so when you speak and give feedback to an employee, it will be well received. So there's this question which, why do you think it is worthwhile to promote a feedback culture? Anything that comes in your mind apart from what I said? Probably rank it open-faced, value, sandwich, and the last one. But the usage depends on the situation. Right. Darlene says it's a situation. Good.
I think that is necessary to establish a culture of feedback, because
Yes.
everybody, everything has to be has to have objectives and results. And because of that, we need to know how we're going.
Correct.
How approach is to the objective, and how we're doing, not only our team members, but also the leader.
Yes, that's right. Yes. So now how do we actually promote it? So we actually will be looking at, you have seen the models. Now you can say that, okay, the strength-based feedback is a better one because that has given a lot of productivity. So you can focus on the strength-based informal feedback mechanism, which can be used in the organization, which will help you get the effectiveness of your employees. So that way you're getting your job done, and it is easier for you to handle every employee, because the formal way of giving feedback sometimes can backfire. The employee can take it otherwise, and maybe he will not be productive at all. So later he will slowly stop dropping his productivity levels, and it's going to be a lose situation, win-lose situation. Maybe you are winning because you have told him, but then for him it is a lose situation. So maybe later he might even resign and go away. So there are a lot of things, the consequences can happen. So how do we handle it? Looking at the strength and focusing formally. So these two things can always help you, groom your employees in whatever way you really want them to do. So Mr. Hassan says employees feel safe to give and share feedback on this prospective performance, their workloads, and their well-being will. Yes. So because you need, once you build up the trust, then the employee feels better. He feels comfortable. He doesn't feel left out. He doesn't feel, okay, what do I do now? My boss is not happy with my work. So where do I start? So he's not confused. Since you're giving him a strength base, you are focusing on his strength, because ultimately everybody has some kind of strength. It's not that they are not having strength. They are joining your organization based on the recruitment levels and the level of your selection process and all that. So they have the strength. It is just that we need to fine tune them. And some employees, they like to take, what do you say, instructions. They prefer taking instructions. Some employees are self-motivated. They do their own work and they don't need to be much pushed. So they can handle situations, they can think, they can come back, they will ask you doubts, they can do everything. So that's how we have to look at different employees in different ways to actually motivate. This is a form of motivation. If you give the right feedback, then the employee is also motivated to do his work better, and he knows where to improve. That's the most important thing that you're doing. You're helping him out in identifying the areas of improvement in a right way. So that's a positive way of looking at it.
Ma'am?
Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to add a point here.
Yes.
When is somebody going to give you feedback? It's only when you feel connected with that person. It's only when you have that interest of that person at heart. It's only when you favor teamwork. Otherwise, if you like to divide and rule, you're not going to give feedback.
Right.
You're going to be like bossy style, I've done it.
Right.
This is my achievement. It's not the team achievement.
Correct.
Me, it's always the me. It's never the we that come forward.
Right.
So it's not always easy to give feedback to a person, especially when the feedback is going to be a negative one. Despite that, the negative one is a constructive one, but it's not easy. So when you give feedback to people, it's only when you feel connected to those people. You feel that they are party to you. We form one. This is when you give feedback.
Correct. So I think with this, I'm sure all of you have understood that, where you can improve on, because as leaders, you have certain qualities. You are good at doing certain things. in those particular formats. But now, how do you also focus on other areas where you may want to improve? So with that, I'm closing this session. So I just wanted you to, speak about your learnings here. Anything that you have, please, you can come out with it. So your team members, your organization, your leadership, everything is now clear as to how you should be handling them. So I need one takeaway, something that you actually have got through the session. So can you say, how do you create a feedback culture in your team? So this is a question which I had in my mind, because we just spoke that we need to inculcate the feedback culture. So what is your approach going to be? How do you inculcate that feedback culture? Where will you start?
So for me, definitely, I think we should start, and I will start as creating the right working environment. You know, it's never too easy. It's never too difficult. Also working with individual, because that's what makes us one. We've seen earlier in various sessions whereby as individuals, it's good. We are what we are. We are different in so many ways, because at the end of the day, we join together like we are doing right now to be one, to be a team. So when you create the right working environment, when I say right working environment, understanding your staff, promoting the good values, which relates to the previous sessions we were saying. Trust is one most important thing that we need to consider, and this is all in the sense of creating the right, and you need to build trust among staff. Yes, hierarchy already gives us the status in relation to I'm the leader. I have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 subordinates in one, and whichever we want to have it. But if you, as the leader, you create the right atmosphere within the hierarchy based on trust, and then it's a go. So for me, my takeaway for this session would be it's diversity in seeing things, but at the end of the day, build on the trust, keep the trust, and your team will go forward.
Okay. Anything that you will keep in mind before you giving a feedback? Anything that you will just think about before, because you have done the session. So now, do you have something in mind?
Well, being concerned about that particular individual that I am addressing my conversation to. So being concerned and being wise enough to understand, to know the response coming in. Yeah.
Correct. Yes. So you have
Totally agree with Denise. Totally agree with Denise. Who is the one in front of me?
Being conscious, being very considerate about the other person, because ultimately your goal is to get the job done and not demotivating or harassing or pulling the emotions down, because ultimately as leaders you're supposed to have emotional intelligence. So if you have that, you can always give more empathy to your employees, understand their mindset, and accordingly give them feedback so that they improve on their skills and deliver the best. Right. So I think, yes, thank you very much. Mr. Yash says promote informal communication. Okay. Mr. Bishan. So first time he's speaking. Thank you. Create awareness. Thanks and great. Okay. Right. So anyone can please contribute on what is your takeaway? I think you have already spoken. 2, 3 people have come out with what you have in mind and what you should be doing, the progress in your organization. Anyone else who would want to share? What is your takeaway?
We have a few more inputs in chat. Dr.
Yeah. Keeping in mind diversity, work dynamics, and different employees' personality. Okay. Arla says giving them feedback for them to improve, not to dishearten. Yes, rightly said. Make them down. Right. Yes. So I think I am done with the, did I take more time? We're on time.
It's all right. It's all right, Dr.
Right.
Lataki.
Yeah.
Participants are enjoying and they are gaining insights. That's what is more important for us.
Yeah.
So thank you, Dr. Latangi, for taking the participants through the journey of giving effective feedback.
Yeah.
And from the kind of participation that was happening, I'm sure they are taking a lot of insights with them.
Yeah.
And they'll be applying them in their job roles wherever they are. So now participants will be going for the 20-minute break. So please stretch, relax, and have your much needed refreshments. And then we'll come back with the next session for the day.
Right. I think I must thank each one of you to have participated so well and having a lot of enthusiasm, which really put me on the job. And I was actually, in fact, trying to, give you more insights and more, that was the interest that I had. And thanks for developing that kind of interest. And see you again.
Thank you, ma'am.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. Are we back from the break? Hi, Denise. Thank you for coming back.
Hi. Yes.
I know that at least you are back. Others who
Yes.
have joined back in, I would request you to please give me a green tick or respond on chat, or just give me a thumbs up when you're back. Thanks, Erla. Welcome back. Welcome back, Cecilia. How are you feeling?
I'm not feeling so well. I'm trying to be here, but thank you for understanding. Thank you for your comprehension.
I think you should keep having a warm glass of water in between whenever possible. That will help.
Thank you.
Okay, we can. All right, Ola, please save your laptop battery. You can also join in from the phone whenever possible. All right. So are all of us back? Yash, Darlene, Babita, Farida, Ainur, Jester. I see so many of you on my Zoom screen. Okay. Hi, Audrey. Welcome back. Okay. So without further ado, let's just start our next. Okay. Hi, welcome back, Zilla. Let's start the next session for the day. So I would just introduce this session a little bit to you. So all of us go through some situations at work, when you are towards the end of the day and you have an unrealistic amount of tasks left on your to-do list, and a feeling of unease and restlessness starts to creep in your mind and body, as you just try to fathom that how will you get this much of tasks done in time. And you start thinking about it, and then it goes on in a loop. And sometimes instead of getting the tasks done, you go into the loop of procrastination, and those tasks get delayed even more. uh, so you are not alone, of course. All of us go through this at work. But how can we channelize these feelings and emotions to succeed in the workplace? I mean, how can we channelize this stressful energy, and so that the productivity doesn't get hampered and our work gets done? So to help you with this task, we have the next session for the day on channelizing stress by my colleague and coach, Dr. Shikha, who I see on the screen. Welcome, Dr. Shikha.
Thank you, Tanvi. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone.
Yeah, I'll briefly introduce you
Hi.
to our participants. So Dr. Shikha has accomplished her career demonstrating consistent success as an administrator and educator at higher education levels and training. She is an efficient communicator with excellent planning and organizational skills, as well as her ability to lead and establish goals. So I hope you have a great time with our participants. Dr. Shikha, over to you.
Thank you, Tanvi. Thank you so much. And welcome back after a long break. Hi, Rajwanti. Hi, Cecilia. Hello, Dennis. And
Hi, doctor.
Hi.
Hey, doctor.
Hello,
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Oh, great. Same here. And, very often I have been joining the entire session from day one. Though I have been off screen, like in this time, Tanvi has dragged me on the screen to take up this session. And I have been hearing everybody, they are so proactive and participative in the discussion. At times I feel like jumping into the discussion. And I had to control myself. No, Shikha, you will be getting chance to deliver the session and probably then we can have a good discussions. So welcome to our new session of the day, that is post-lunch. Now we will be discussing on channelizing stress. Okay, so I think I'm having the rights to share my slide. Are the slides visible to everybody?
Not yet.
It's just loading, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, now all good.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Usually, often I see, post-day sessions when we have a long break, there could be, I am having my stomach full with lunch. So I need to gear up. I'm sure everybody is having different time zones over here. Somebody is having midnight, somebody is having late evening. So taking the things forward, let's have a discussion on channelizing stress. If I just talk about 150 minutes of our entire session that we would be talking about. So we will just try to discuss that what is stress, how do we perceive it? And then we would be again discussing on the various types of stressors, the stress personality, how do we react in different situations? And what is the disposition, the actual and the perceived one? And then we would be talking about the channelizing stress curve, that is pressure performance curve, and how the expectation versus acceptance is taken care of depending upon the different situations that we encounter in our personal and professional lives. So taking the things forward and moving ahead, let's have a setup of the context that we would be discussing today. If I just talk about stress, it is something which nowadays is very common. You are performing your job, you have to, handle any situation, may it be personal or professional, everyone is experiencing the stress in some amount or the other. But is it really something negative, or it is something which can be converted into an opportunity? And how we actually deal with certain events when we find ourselves nervous, anxious, or at times burnout and angry. So these are nothing but the symptoms of stress. Let's have one scenario. Let's assume everybody is sitting at their workplaces. They have their laptops open. There is a mail pop up every now and then, or the phone call, which is ringing now and then very often, to follow up a reminder of a deadline. on your task. Though you are very much committed, you are closely monitoring the task, yet you are getting those pop-ups of emails and phone calls. How you will feel? How you are going to feel in that situation? So, any responses that such a situation is going to make you feel how? I mean, that is purely your call and take. If I would have been there, I think I would be feeling a bit, anxious or maybe irritated. I'm already working, I'm already monitoring. Why again and again reminders are there? It is giving me a sort of a distraction and I'm unable to focus. What will be your take? Any opinion? I would appreciate if there could be a voice interaction more, though I'm there taking care of the chat.
Personally, despite knowing I'm doing my all, I will be physically irritated. Like you've said, I'm giving my all, but then I still have more to give. Physically irritated, emotionally drained. Because you say when we say enough, when is it enough? Yeah.
Yes, absolutely, Dennis. And thank you for sharing this, because this is the similar situation we do face. We have been dealing at times, and same is with me, because I also feel at times defocused. I could not concentrate and I'm already working, right? Absolutely. Thank you for your input. Any other input from the cohort?
I think I will myself.
Yeah,
I will feel that my boss is not trusting me. There is lack of trust in my work, and that one will make me demotivated.
Absolutely, because when again and again pop-ups are there of the reminders, there is some gap of having more trust that could be seen, because they might be thinking, but there could be some other option as well. If I would say, maybe you are the boss is trusting, or it could be a position where he just know how much workload you are having, and probably they just want to remind it as a things are taken care of and done in well time frame that is being chalked out. Yeah, Dennis, you want to say something?
Yes, I'm in agreement with you, Dr. Shika, because the pop-ups at times, I don't see it as a lack of trust. I see it as intense trust. Because my boss firmly believe that I can deliver, and the reminder will keep popping up just as reminder to remember you have this, and it shows an element of you being an asset. You as the individual, despite the workload, you are an asset, and the end result you always deliver. So I will keep on reminding you. So I see the positive side of it in relation to the pop-ups.
That's really great. And see, now what we are trying to introspect is the similar situation with different views altogether. The same situation we all are facing, somebody is taking it in a very optimistic way, being positive, and somebody might be thinking there could be some of the gaps, there could be lack of trust, there could be distraction. Allah says feeling annoyed. Yeah, that could be again where we talked about feeling irritated. Absolutely. Rajbanti says these are situations that we face often, and I go with Dennis plus demotivated. Absolutely. That's very true, because very often we are there who has undergone in the similar situation. Okay, and that says, but at the same time, challenge to complete on or before deadline. Absolutely. And this is what we are trying to adhere to, the timeline or the deadline that we have been assigned. So moving ahead, if I just, let me clear it. Okay, so moving ahead, if I just talk about this, definition or probably what we mean as a stress in our lives. We have been facing certain critical situations, certain ongoing situations. So what is your take if I just ask, what is stress? Yeah. Okay, so Rajvanti says it's beautiful.
Beautiful
But-
is the dog.
Yeah.
The
Ah,
dog
I
is
got it. Got it. Yeah, and he is looking, very softly. Yeah.
with eyes full of love and compassion, like, are you
Yes.
going to hold me?
Trying to
Oh,
Can I
comfort
come
us
in your
in
lap?
this time.
Great. So what is stress? If I just ask you your opinion.
I'm thinking it's a reaction of our body in order to make us to pay attention to something.
Absolutely. And thanks, Istia, for sharing your thoughts and opinion. It could be a reaction of our body, the response that we show to a particular situation. Absolutely. Bhisam
If I
says,
can,
yeah,
if I
please.
can add on, it's any type of change within us that causes physical, emotional, or psychological strain.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very correct. Absolutely. We have some of the takes on the chat box. Visam says no capacity to deal with the situation. Yes. So when we are talking about any situation where we are showing any sort of response, or maybe it could be a reaction to any exigency, it is again which is we are talking about stress. And very rightly said by Cecilia that stress is basically a response. So if we talk about what is stress, it has 3 dimensions, 3 phases: stress as a response, stress as a stimuli, and stress as a transaction. So it is again, I would say, a result of from imbalance between the demand, that is the pressure, and when it exceeds beyond our ability to cope up or mediate the stress, then probably such a situation exists. So it is certainly a response, how we respond to that event that has occurred, and how it is creating that particular stimulus, may it be an events impinging onto the person. And then finally, it is a transition where our body, our entire system react and respond. So that is the transaction. Just assume a situation where you are getting a phone call from any particular closed family member, right? And you just pick up the call, you say, okay, hello. And some responses from the other side, somebody is, not well. So probably what would be your body reaction after listening that news? Oh, is it? What happened? So this is where stress is acting as a response. You have a bulging eyes, you have a shocking kind of facial expression, and then probably you certainly cool down, and then you start inquiring that, okay, that is where stress as a stimulus comes into play. And finally you take a call, okay, if he's not well, need not to worry, just visit the doctor and have the prescribed medicines, and probably you'll be getting well soon. So this is where a particular situation is handled, where these all 3 stages are being carried out. But it may be where such a quick reaction is that we do not understand that when it comes as a response, how it transfers it as a stress, as a stimulus, and then further as a response or reaction to that event. Now, if we take the previous example, the situation that we discussed, out of these 6 choices, which one would you choose? What made you feel so? We have discussed we would be feeling irritated, anxious, might not be focusing much on our task. There could be lack of trust. but what made you feel and react so? So pick up any one choice out of these 6 choices that have been listed. Can we have your choice? Okay, Zela says it is a change that causes physical, emotional, or psychological strain. Yes, absolutely. So if we take our previous situation and there are 6 choices, then what would be your take on this? You would be thinking that I perform or not, it is nobody is going to appreciate me or recognize me. Okay, Rajwanti says D. I personally hate to miss any deadline, but there is too much of work. Perfectly fine, because when I was going through, even I choose the same option, that is D. Okay, Danila has also gone with D option. Any other option from the cohort that thinks that, yeah, it could be B and D? Okay, so B is there was not enough support and resources to perform it. Yes, it could be that there could be lack of resources, or the enough support is missing, and that is why you might be getting the reminders. Absolutely, point well taken. Yeah, Dennis, you want to speak something?
Yes, I just want to add on B, because it made me reflect while Audrey was saying it might be annoying every now and then you keep the pops-up keeps coming in, and there's not the element of trust. Like I've said, I'm thinking on that because the positive side, like I've said, you are an asset. But then again, thinking outside the box, I can say, at times when you work in an organization, the end result is that you deliver. And if you deliver, it's okay. But they don't take into account the process, what you go through in order to have the end result. That is, if you are given 15 tasks, and even though you don't have the enough support and don't have enough resources, you still deliver. This is where all of the reminders, the pop-ups, the emails, the phone calls will be directed to you, because the end result is that you do deliver whatever task is being assigned. So this is where I've chosen B and D, because at times it does play a role.
Absolutely, absolutely. And very thoughtful points you have given to the cohort to think and ponder on this as well, that ultimately we are the person who have to deliver. We are accountable for any task that has been assigned. Absolutely. And this is how the opinion, the feel factor that any individual has on that particular situation differs. And I think this is what we are talking about, that there could be certain reaction, response to any event, but out of which those responses are being drawn, it is again something how we perceive, how we feel, how we are there adhering to our deadlines or adjusting ourselves to a particular situation. Somebody might be having more support, more resources. Somebody might be having less resources and less backing from their management or seniors. So that could be somewhat, again, a situation to situation responses that we might be facing pertaining to our workplace. And that's what we are talking about. How do I perceive? Yes. If I talk about the perception, event is same, opinions are different. If I am dealing with any certain situation where we feel more stressed, more anxious, more curious, probably the perception is something where you can convert those challenges into opportunities. That is again a perception. You can convert those challenges as a risk, and you fear taking those challenges and come forward. So it could be where the perception again deviates based on our own thought process, how we perceive. Let's discuss and understand that what basically our perceived stress scale says about our individual perception. So I have shared in the chat box, there is a perceived stress scale document, which I would request the cohort to please download, or I could share it again. You can just scroll up and you will be finding 2 PDF files, which you may please download and just share it once again here. So I need to stop it here. Just let me know if you can find it out, else I'll be sharing it once more so that it becomes easy for the cohort. Okay, so I have again shared once the perceived stress scale.
Yeah.
Okay, so
yeah, get it.
okay, thank you. So I'll be just showing it here as well for everybody's ease so that we can have a look on this psychometric assessment. And this is what we are talking about. I think my screen is visible and PDF is visible to everybody.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. So this is a perceived stress scale, again a psychometric sort of assessment and an instrument which was developed in 1983. And it was designed in such a way where there was again a Likert 4-point scale and a kind of a reflection that we need to get how different situations affect our feelings and the perceived stress level that we encounter. So here are the 4 options, alternatives, and here are these statements in the form of question. These are again the questions where you have to reflect your situation in past 1 month, last 1 month. Go through all these statements and you may please fill up the appropriate alternative which you feel like is the best fitted for this particular statement. You can take your time of 1 minute. Do not think a lot, but yes, probably you can spare some time to understand the situations that you have been undergoing in last 1 month. You can mark the options 0 if you have never encountered this situation, 1 for almost never, 2 if it is sometimes, rarely, very fairly often, you can assign 3 score, and for very often, you can assign 4 as a score. Let me know if I have to increase the font size if somebody is having a look on the screen.
Doctor, can you put for the number 9 and the remaining, please?
Yeah.
In case, unless or the others are not through.
So these are the 10 statements.
Okay.
Yeah.
The others are okay, I think.
Others are still doing, then please let us know. And if we are through, you may please respond with a thumbs up so that we can move ahead. Okay, so Edna is done. Okay. Let's wait for 30 seconds for others to complete. Okay, done. Rajvanti has done, Dennis has done. Okay, great. Are we good to go? Others are doing. Okay, Jester has done. Great, great. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, cohort, for your responses on the chat box. So I can see most of us has already completed this scoring part. Now what we have to do is we'll focus on the question number or the statement 4, 5, 7, and 8. Just focus on 4, 5, 7, and 8 question. On these questions, we have to reverse or change the scoring. How we are going to do that? If in case in statement number 4, initially you have mentioned 0 as a score, just cut that particular score and mention the new score as 4. For the score that you have given 1, you have to replace it with 3. For 2 remains 2. 3 becomes 1 and 4 again is replaced by 0. So we have to reverse the scoring. I'm sure everybody's clear. Just let us know in case any clarification or doubt you are having and clarification is required. Only for these 4 statements or questions, we have to reverse the scoring. Rest others remains the same. And once it is done, I would request the cohort to please total the entire score of all these 10 questions that are there. You have to sum up all these scores. Okay, Audrey says mine is 4. Okay. So you have a low stress range. Your score ranging from 0 to 13 would be considered as a low stress. Scores ranging from 14 to 26 would be categorized under moderate stress. And at a higher side, if we talk about the scoring lies between 27 to 40. So here I think most of them, okay, Rajvanti is a moderate stress sort of a personality, or currently you are actually at this middle range of scoring.
Yeah, it is. No, I got 14. The total was 14.
Okay, okay. That is the minimum side at the moderate stress level. Okay, great, great. Not on the higher side. Okay. And Darlene is having 5. Okay, great. That's commendable. Such a low stress score is really appreciable, because this is what we need to check from time to time, that where we are falling out of these 3 range that is being there. Okay. And Dennis is having 15 as a score. Okay, fair enough. Anybody who is there at a high perceived stress scale? The 3rd category? Anybody in the cohort? Oh, that's great. I don't think anybody is there. Perfect. Great. And I would suggest you to just have a look from time to time, and you will figure it out that these ranges do vary. Personally, when I take a test at different situations, my total score really varies. And at times it is in the moderate stress level, at times it is low, and many a times when I have been facing, a lot of work pressure, may it be because of some accreditation team which is coming to our institute, and we are, performing different tasks which need to be covered within a deadline. At times, I have been falling in a higher score range, that is ranging from 27 to 40. It has gone up to around 32. So somewhere I was in middle of 27 to 40 range. Okay, who got 20 out here? Yeah, she is having 10 as a score. Okay, great. Sela is having 13. Cecilia, you are having 20? Okay, still it's a moderate. It's a moderate. Okay, so from this particular scale, I think we can have the analysis and we can control that where we need to have a balance. We don't have to fall in a very higher category where the stress level is actually high. And this is again something which depicts that again how we take the things pertaining to our situation where we are in. So I think let's move ahead and come back to our initial slides that we were talking about. So let me share it again. Okay. So we are through with our perceived stress scale. Now, when we talk about stressors at work, there are certain stressors which play a pertinent, crucial role at our workplace. There could be a self-role distance, there could be role stagnation, a mundane task anybody is doing. He is constantly having those responsibilities, performing the same task at the same designation for consecutive 5 years. Again, it becomes a sort of role stagnation. There could be personal inadequacy. Personal inadequacy where suppose your boss is giving you a certain other task and he might be thinking that you are competent enough to take forward those responsibilities courageously. But we start at times doubting our competencies and skill sets. Will I be able to perform? Am I going to come out with flying colors? Will I be appreciated? What if I'm going to fall? So these are some of the personal inadequacies, question marks which do develop when certain challenging tasks are being there and we have to perform. Very often we have more and more of workload, which actually accumulates and it is overloaded. It becomes again a sort of a stressor. Moreover, there could be a possibility of role expectation. Me as an academician, if I talk about being into academics for more than 13 years, at times it does happen where there could be a chances that role expectations vary. There is nowhere written you have to be ethical, you have to be honest, you have to be trustworthy, but these all things comes when you are performing your job. It cannot be solely isolated. A academician who is a person who is imparting education to these students, he or she is only responsible to teach and evaluate the answer sheets. It could be beyond that. At times you have to mentor. You play a role of a mentor. You play a role of a teacher. You might be playing a role of an administrator. So there could be again where there are certain role expectations which come along with the work and the processes that we follow. These could be some of these stressors. Any other stressor that comes in your mind apart from these 5 which are listed? Anything which you feel that this could also be one of these stressors that you might be facing, or you think that yes, it could have been also added? Okay, so let's move ahead. By the time we discuss and deliberate. We will try to figure it out. Coming on to the stress personality. Again, a very cute puppy, having that his forehead and ears covered. These are some of the, when we talk about such kind of a topic now, it becomes easy when we have some kind of pictures which gives us a different flair altogether. Okay, so when we talk about stress personality, I think cohort would be agreeing to my statement that we all are going to differ in our personality. What kind of situation we have, we all are going to have certain other consequences based on how we react and respond to that situation. So when we talk about the stress personality, there is again a very beautiful instrument and a test that is developed, which will help us to understand and know that what is our stress personality. So I'll request the cohort to please refer to the other document, which I am again resharing it in the chat box. So here it is. I hope it is visible to everybody. Okay, great, great. So let me open this on my side, and then probably we can refer to this. So here we would be talking about 20 statements and we would try to figure out our own personality. So let me share it here on the screen for your ease. I hope it's visible to everybody.
Yes, it is.
Great. Let me increase a bit font size. So here there are 20 questions, statements in fact, and there are again 4 scores which have been assigned. There are the numbering of the scores which are there in front of each and every statement, 1 to 4. Based on your answer, your opinion, you have to circle that score. Or you may just jot it down serial wise. First statement, what is your option? It is 4, where it is very frequently, 3 for often, 2 for sometimes, and 1 for never. Just circle the scores, whichever deem fit for your situation. Let me know if I have to scroll it upward.
Yes, waiting on the others. I'm done on up to 9. I wait on the others.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Darlene has done. Okay. Let us know if others are also through. Let me scroll it somewhere upward where other statements are also visible.
Can we have number 10? It's not visible.
Okay.
Okay, it's okay.
Yeah. Let's take 30 seconds more so that everybody is through. Here we have few more questions. So in total, we have 20 statements.
Doctor, sorry, can you just scroll up? I just miss out
Sure.
on the 1 to 4. Not
Yeah.
short memory, but too much going on. I forgot what the 1 to 4 stands for.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah. Can you just scroll it up? I just have a screenshot, then I'll move on to
No
the other
worries.
question.
You can have a look.
Okay. Okay, so it's okay. So we go down to number 11 now. Sorry.
No worries. It's absolutely fine.
Yeah.
Okay. So
it's 2, 11.
just give me a thumbs up if we can proceed further. Okay, Rajwanti is through. Great. Can I have responses from all other participants? A green tick, thumbs up would be preferred, even on voice. If you can just let us know. Shall we move ahead? Okay. Okay, great, great. Can I see first page? Yes, Ilham. Yeah. This is your first page. Just let me know in case I need to scroll it down.
Yeah. Okay. We
Okay, so
Do the adding up? The sum
yeah,
of all-
so remaining 18, 19, 20. Okay, I can scroll down. Thank you for guiding me. Here are rest of the 5 questions. Statements 16 to 20. Okay, now we have already discussed about the different dimensions of stress that we have talked about. So here are some of the dimensions. There could be a work-family conflict that is creating stress. There could be sense of helplessness that we might feel at times. There could be interpersonal conflicts. There could be emotional or financial instability that is making us more worried, or it could be a lack of purpose and clarity in life. Now what we have to do is, here are, based on each of these dimensions which are listed, on these 6 dimensions, there are these statements which are reflecting such kind of stress factor. Here, if you can see sense of helplessness dimension, where the statement number 16 is mentioned, and it is also mentioned in the last dimension, that is lack of purpose in life. So the 16th statement score could be taken up either in sense of helplessness, or it could be added up in lack of purpose in life. So here, you don't have to count the score of statement number 16 twice. Wherever you feel like that it is going to be more appropriate if you put the score in second dimension of sense of helplessness, it's okay. Else you can put it in lack of purpose in life, but it should be only counted in any one specific dimension, not twice.
Dr. Shikha, once more,
Yeah.
please. Like I've got work family conflict. There is question 1, 7, and 20. I take
Yeah.
only one of these, not all three.
No. Here, suppose at first statement, you have a score of 2, right? Write down the score here, 2. Then again for 7th statement, mention your score again here, plus, say for example, it is 3. For 20th statement, suppose your score is again 2, then 2 plus 3 plus 2. That becomes, yeah, 9. Okay?
Okay, good. Okay.
But for 16th statement, I would request you to take the score either in dimension second or in last dimension, that is lack of purpose in life. You just
either do sense of helplessness or you do lack of purpose.
Only for statement number 16. So if you are taking the score of statement number 16 in sense of helplessness, you just take it here, don't count it here.
Okay, here we take only 6 and 11.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
good. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so Yash is saying total 33 and grand total 33. Okay, great. So we will be figuring it out that what our stress personality is.
Okay,
right.
so the lack of purpose in life is the last row, doctor.
Yeah,
The
it
lack
is
of
the
purpose.
last
Okay.
dimension.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll do the grand total then. Thank you.
Yeah.
What is it? What is it, this one? Look at it now. So, do this one. Do this two.
So let's take out some time and then we can do the total of all these scores. So your scores would be ranging from somewhere between 20 to 80 with different ranges that we would be having a look at what personality this score range carries. Okay, so I'll request the cohort to please mention your scores here in the chat box. Okay, Allah got 44, great. 35, Dennis. Okay. Okay. Audrey says 36. Okay, great. Rajwanti says 41. Okay, so almost I think most of us have completed the scoring part. And now coming on to the analysis and scoring. What it says is we are 38, Ilham 36. Okay, so if I just try to figure it out, very most of the cohort are lying. I mean, all the participants are somewhere. Anybody scoring in 70 to 80 range? Anyone? Extreme, 70 to 80. No one. Okay, good. And 20 to 29? 20 to 29. Okay, so 20 to 29, I don't think anybody's there. No, nobody's there. So we are mostly falling in the category of 30 to 49. Mostly, I guess. Yes, 30 to 49. And what the scoring says, if we are lying somewhere in the 30 to 49 range, it says you have a healthy sense of control over your life. But occasionally when we are having self-doubts, we start feeling anxious. And we are having this sort of personality when we are dealing with any such kind of critical or stressful situation. Now see, this is the score when we are discussing this entire session on channelizing stress, right? And once you just, whenever you are having any certain situation, just go through all these statements again, and you will clearly find the deviation. And you will be able to understand where I need to again stop myself from worrying much. See, whenever the situation is there, you have to understand whether it is within your control or it is beyond your control. So making that sort of a gesture or such kind of a, I would say personality where people take on their own and they start feeling more, worried about the situation, how to handle it, what is going to happen, how am I going to do? Such kind of things are going to certainly affect your stress personality. And that is what we are talking about. These are the broad dimensions of the stress that we have talked about. At times, there could be a person whose family work-life balance is very much affected. He's not able to focus on his work. Probably there could be a variation in these three statements. The highest scoring could be there. So that is where it gives a clear-cut idea that where we need to control and where we need to take care so that we are avoiding to be in the range of 70 to 80, which says life has become one crisis and there has been a situation where the person is struggling, they are just dragging physically, mentally, they are burnout, exhausted, and probably that is where the person is definitely going to feel those physical consequences in a much, much devastated manner. So we need to control that. And these are two very beautiful instruments which will help you to understand where you are falling, where, in which category you are, and how you can actually reflect back, you can think, and you can again rejuvenate to take those situations which are or could be taken in a much better way without bothering, without hesitation. And I think everybody is somewhere or the other dealing in this situation. So anybody who is understanding the scoring part, they are able to understand their own personality traits, right? So let's come back to our presentation that we were talking about. Is my PPT visible to everybody?
Yeah.
Dr. Shekhar.
Is it visible? No?
Oh, no, it's not right now.
Okay.
Your
Okay.
Zoom screen is
No,
visible.
it's not.
Okay, so let me stop sharing and I should reshare it again. I hope it's there. Is it there, visible?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
But okay, thank you. So these are the stress personalities that we have talked about. These are some of the factors which directly or indirectly were assigned to few of these statements, and we could analyze that where we actually fall in which range. So according to you, which of the dimension of stress personality will help most in feeling less anxious. If I talk about these 6 dimensions or 6 personality situations where our personality is going to have an effect, out of these 6, what do you think which will have a very, very less impact and will make us feel less anxious? What do you think? It could be emotional instability, in your opinion. It could be interpersonal conflict. What you say? I'm sure everybody might be having their own thought process to come up that which is going to make them feel less worried, less anxious. Like to know the opinion. Any of these dimensions or key areas where you feel that if this is going to happen, I'm going to feel less anxious. Otherwise, rest of them are of high priority. Any one of this or 2 that you feel key, okay. Work-family conflict, if it is happening, it's okay. It will make me less anxious at the back of my mind. I'll be able to control my stress level and the personality accordingly.
For me, I think the interpersonal conflicts will be less stress for me.
Oh, great, Dennis.
Babita, we're thinking alike.
So, no, we want we want the truth out here to be revealed.
Yeah.
So nothing to hide.
Yeah, for me, I think it's the interpersonal conflicts. I mean, for me, it will be, I will be less stressed definitely with that. Because personally, I operate with a motto. It's been quite a while for me, where I say I am not responsible for what others think about me, but I am responsible for what I give them to think about me. So for me, if we live in a society, it is normal to agree and disagree. Because if we all agree on something, the world will be dull. And if we agree on something, like I said, there is definitely a problem. So for me, the interpersonal conflicts will lower my stress level to an extent that there will be no stress at all.
Okay, great, wonderful. Thank you, Dennis, for giving such clarity, because I think somewhere we are matching our thought process as well, and your supporters are many. Audrey is there. Jalin is there. So I think, Rajvanti, what is your take on this?
Yeah, I was just going to say, then I saw her mic going on. So I said, let her speak. Interpersonal conflict, why? Because I don't think we should take interpersonal conflict as only negative. It is negative in some cases, but it's not only negative. Why? Because when you're like having interpersonal conflict, you got the opportunity to also hear those persons who were a bit reluctant, because where interpersonal conflict comes when somebody is angry. So you give them the opportunity to like say what was inside their heart, and they didn't dare saying it earlier. So this also give us food for thought. It allowed the person to take out his frustration. And also, when you cannot find a solution for interpersonal conflict, you just have to backpedal. Because
yes,
not all situation you'll be able to like say, okay, he's right, or I'm right, or we are both right, or we are both wrong. It's sometimes you have to backpedal. It depends on the situation.
Absolutely. And really wonderfully, aptly, you have put the entire thought, because it does happen. See, when we are working at a workplace, we are working in a team, we talk about the team building, and we are here also talking about taking your teams from good to great. So probably in all those circumstances, when we are hear the opinion of our peers, our teammates, our colleagues, it's not possible that every time we agree to certain points. Yeah. And that is how, when the thought process differs pertaining to similar situation, somebody is viewing it in a different way. The other person is viewing it in altogether a different way. And then there comes the opinions, which might differ. So it's absolutely where at times we feel that interpersonal conflicts could make us less anxious. Absolutely.
Let me give you an
so-
example.
Yeah,
Yesterday, while I was cooking food, my son was with me in the kitchen. Only the two of us was at home. So he would say, "Ma, would you like some helping hand?" I would say no. So he started telling me what happened at his work.
Okay.
So I said, "Oh, Audrey is the boss." I said, "Oh, Audrey came to ask you about this thing." He said, "Yes." I said, "Then so you agree when people tell you that you are wrong?" He said, "Yes, Ma." I said, I did like this. Really? When I am wrong, Ma, when I am wrong.
Nice, cute.
The two of us, we are always conflicting. Like he would always say that I love his brother the more.
Okay.
I would say, no, I do it the same. He would say no. So what he would do, he would make me angry so that I pay attention to him.
Rather than drag your response, he's going to answer like this. Absolutely. And this is what, you know, at times, how you handle this situation, how you cope up with that situation or circumstances. And very often when such things takes place at your workplace, it was very sweet, generous example that you gave, Rajwanti. And yes, it is somewhere where our thought process vary what our kids are saying. I have a daughter, she comes up with some of, you know, things that are happening in her class. Probably I just ask her, okay, so you scored less marks in English, just go through this, all your mistakes. And she's like, oh, mama, everybody got it. Manika, why you are comparing with everybody got it? You could be at a better place, right? So it is where how she's viewing in the entire class of 60 students, there are everybody who are scoring on an average of this marks what she scored, right? And I'm viewing it, why don't you aim high? So probably it is something where there could be opinion differences, and probably she's there in her class, she's standing, and I am seeing as why you are restricting the boundary of your section. Why don't you aim to gather more marks when you are comparing with the entire lot of your standard class 8th standard or 9th standard, right? So it is how the situations, how the opinions, how the things differ, and that is how our personality changes. And that is the impact that we do see in our gestures, in our own behavior. So I think it's a time to take a short break. Let's come back after a short break of, I guess, let's have a break of 10 minutes. So we will be right back, continuing our discussion on this interesting topic. Let's have a break of 10 minutes.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome, Dr. Shikha.
Thank you, Tanvi. Thank you so much. Welcome, everybody. Welcome back. I know it was a short break, so probably thereafter you will be free to have your good night, good evening tea, whatsoever it may be. Okay, so let me share my screen and moving ahead with our discussion that we were just talking about, that everybody is dealing with the same situation, but how we react, how we respond to that situation actually differs. And here is one scenario. There is a chief manager who have identified a subordinate who is supporting him on a very critical project, and he is actually, heading that entire critical project. He had now enabled him with all required skill in the past more than 5 years, a subordinate who has been mentored, who has been skilled by chief engineer, and he is working with him closely. But the chief manager got a news that the leadership and top management now decides that to depute somebody else and replace that subordinate for this critical project. If you have been in this situation, how you would have felt? What would have been your response to this situation? I hope scenario is clear.
Well, my contribution will be as I will be dismayed. My feeling, I will be unhappy, because I have worked with that individual and I have known him, his ability, what he's able to do. But then again, the question remains: as a chief manager, do I don't form part of the top management? And it shows I will be unhappy because it shows that my contribution is not valued by me identifying that individual to be that subordinate to support him in that new assignment. It will show that my contribution is not being valued. So that's it for the time being.
Okay. Thank you, Dennis. Okay, Darlene says that I may be disappointed and will wonder what is the reason behind for such a action or the decision that the management has taken. Agreed, because this was my thought as well, why it has been done, because you have already invested so much of time in grooming that subordinate to upskill him to be competent, fair enough to take that onus and responsibility of that critical project. Right? Yash says,
I'll go same with her. I'll be disappointed and wouldn't like to know the reason, would wonder about the reason.
Okay, great, Rajwanti. So you second the opinion of your cohorts. Okay. Yeah. Yash says, need to know why another employee has been nominated in the first place. Okay. Ala says, surprised and disappointed, but will inquire on the basis of their decision. Okay, so if I ask, do you think you are able to change the situation as per your desire, or you are in a capacity to adjust to whatever decision has been taken? That is again what the cohort has already given in their responses, that initially you would be going ahead to inquire that why such decision has been made. And then there comes the second step, whether are we actually in a position to change those decisions, or we are only in a position to welcome that decision that has been taken by our top management and authoritative people, and we have to adhere to it. Any other opinion? Okay. Zela says, I will be sad, but try to convince them my subordinate is good for the position and he can deliver. Great. Okay. So these are some of the responses where we assume that it would be better that we understand the root cause, that why such a shift is being made. And everybody is going to somehow or the other is going to feel disappointed, sad, or unhappy, right? So if we understand such kind of a situation where such kind of moments do come, and we are only in a position to adopt, or we can say just to adhere to whatever has been given to us, right? So here becomes a situation where we talk about how do we react in this stressful situation? There is again an alarming stage, a resistance, and then there is the last third stage, that is exhaustion. When we talk about alarming situation, a particular event which has already occurred, now you have left with two choices. Either you fight for that or you flight. Either you face it or you just try to avoid it. Once you decide, then probably comes the next stage where your such kind of symptoms are going to arise. The signs, the same situation where the particular subordinate has been transferred, right? And here you are figuring it out that why it happened. You will be frustrated. I groomed that fellow for so long, for more than 5 years, to be competent enough to take the onus of this critical project. And now he's being shifted, a frustration, but obvious, very natural. There could be again where irritation could exist. Now again, new candidate, you never know how he's going to perform. Are you in a condition to take that risk? So all those questions, which again gives a kind of a sign of resistance. You are not able to actually digest that information, and you start showing some signs of resistance. And then comes the exhaustion. Exhaustion, that is again an extreme situation. Nothing is in your hand. Whatever the person is coming, whatever he is doing, you have left with limited resources, limited time. You don't have that much of time. All of a sudden that hiccup has come, changes have come, and now you are working day and night to fulfill your responsibility. You start feeling exhausted, stressed, burnout, fatigue. These are some of the signs which again gives you a sort of a reflection that you need to stop beforehand, and such signs or exhaustion stage does not occur. But at times we do not feel so, and we are day and night in that motion that we are consecutively performing, and we are somewhat feeling exhausted. Okay, so Ilham has written, it will be very demotivated without knowing why it changed to another person to perform. I faced the same situation at my workplace. I was fighting and asked my boss that I want to know why it had to. Another later, he said that political appointees need to give another person to perform. Oh, so Ilham, could you please elaborate on this? What was your reaction? How you actually handled? Because it is the situation we all are facing some or the other way. So how you actually cope up? Did you actually went to all these three stages? Do you think that your reaction was less but response was more? What was your take? How you actually dealt with this? Ilham? I think am I audible to him? I don't know. But yeah. Please unmute yourself. You're not audible. You have to unmute yourself.
Hello.
Yeah, Ilham, we can hear you.
Yeah, the same scenario that I have the handle in the workplace. That means I was performing the whole actually that work is doing the along with me. But in some case, it has changed to my a downgrade a person to perform that I didn't know that, and later I asked to my boss that why it has happened without knowing me. He told me the first told that he want to know me. He didn't want to answer me. Later I was fighting for that because I was stressed about because I am performing the same task with me and the handling that. Later in personally he told me that it was the political appointees he want to perform the another guy to perform that. Then I to the with my boss. He doesn't have the fighting with me, anything wrong with me. He explained the situation, and I was I have understand that I was avoiding that.
Okay, great. And really great, input that you have given, that it is first foremost thing which will reduce our stress to less than 50% is that once you get the reason behind such decision that is being made. And once you are clear, you are convinced, probably the adaptation to that circumstances becomes more easy for all of us.
Yeah, yes.
And yeah. Okay. So now if just I want to ask, name any 3 frustrations that you have faced in last 1 month. Just think about past 1 month in any area of your life where you found out that there was frustration. Just pick up the adjective that clearly describe that frustration. And we would like to know, why did you feel so? Just think of any moment, any situation at your workplace, may it be in personal life, where you actually felt frustrated. Okay, so Elham says financial situation was frustrated most of the time. Very true. It has been a kind of a situation where we are worrisome at times. We have certain responsibilities, certain onus that lies on us. May it be the entire family that is being headed by the head of the family member. So certainly that could be one reason. What other adjectives that you can? I want one word adjective that makes you, it is frustrated. I got it. What other? Any other dimension where you have felt this? If I talk about, I think there could be a sense of helplessness, because I know that at times when I was bedridden because of the sciatica pain, that was again where I was having that sort of a sense of helplessness. I cannot get up. I was unable to move without anybody's help. So that could again be frustrated, but the situation was entirely different, where I need to depend on somebody else to make me go here and there. Any other opinion from the cohort? Any one adjective that, yeah.
I can say deceived, angry, confused.
Okay. And what made you feel so?
Like you stated, Doctor, in relation to that particular situation, and you felt that you were not listened to, or you were not giving enough attention, or attention in terms of what you were saying, and also confused because of what was initially discussed, then things tend to change.
Absolutely. So there could be a sense of discontentment, disappointment at times. Right, very correct. So, these are some of the situations which have been at times frustrated, but how we take up those challenges in our lives does matter. Coming on to the expectations and reality, very often it happens to all of us. We expect something, we come out with some other reality, some other perspective. I'm sure everybody might have gone through this, where you are heading towards any set expectations. I'll go by this. Just simple example. I need to drive my car from here, from my workplace to my home. I know this is a set roadmap that I need to always follow. And it is somewhere that I found out that there is a truck or there is a car that was broken down, because of which there was a massive traffic jam. The expectation was I'll reach within half an hour, but in reality, I had to take some other route and I reached there after 1.5 hours, hardly a half-hour run duration of that place. So it is where we do have certain expectations, but when we come on grounds, on reality, it is entirely different with lot of challenges, lot of hiccups, which again gives us some amount of stress. And it is where we are saying that life is not smooth. All day are not the same rainbow day that we have. So let's have this situation. Think of any work assignment that you are leading as of now, or it is somewhere the assignment that you might have dealt in the past. You were not able to deliver it consecutively for the second time. The expected outcome was not attained by your team. How would you react with your team? What will be your take in such a situation? First time it was a failure, it's okay. Second time, again consecutively, the team could not perform good. How you will respond to this situation? What you will say to your team? How you think that you can handle this situation? What will be your reaction? If I would have been there, I think I might have motivated. It's okay. At least we tried. We gave our 100%. Darlene says frustrated. Okay. Any other opinion? Self-disappointed, Dennis. Yes. Upset, Allah says. Yes, it does happen. And that is where you understand that it is not always which we hear gloomy and everything which is perfect what we expect. There are chances of risk. Whenever you take any new assignment, any new lead, any new thing that you are taking as a challenge, there are always chances of risk. Yes, Yash, we would like to hear from you.
Yeah, whenever my team has not been able to handle a situation, most of the time what happens is I join the team.
Okay.
I join the team, I lead the team. So what is they have to report directly, okay, where matters stand, so that we can at least at the second attempt, we'll always make it.
Absolutely, absolutely. Figuring it out where our gaps or areas of improvement lies. Absolutely. This is a very, very firm opinion where we can understand that to avoid such repetitive mistakes where the chances of error could be high. Yes. Okay, Darlene says, and will probably be disappointed on myself also. Yes. So disappointment where we take the onus, because you are heading a team at times and you are answerable to the top people or the higher officials, and you are not able to perform. So probably it is you who are going to come up and take the lead and figure it out that next time it's okay, it shouldn't happen. But since it happened for the second consecutive time, again, the things need to be worked out. Elham, you were willing to say something. Please go ahead.
Yeah. I was trying to say something regarding this situation. I think that first of all we have to know about the why they can't perform. We have to find out the consequences and the what are the areas that they lack all this find out, and then we have to give them the proper information regarding the project, and we have to give them a time to perform.
Yes, absolutely. So how much time you are giving, how much resources you are providing so that those errors, those failures or the challenges could be minimized. So this is where we all are figuring it out, how to respond whenever there are consecutive failures. It is nothing where we need to panic. It is everywhere. People who are working diligently, religiously, they are going to face such kind of ups and downs and hiccups. Darlene says, I'll step away from my, sure, please, you may. Okay, so moving ahead, how we react. This is what we have talked about. Taking the onus, taking those learnings from our failures, gearing up, being motivated, and again gaining insights. So there could be certain reactions with your team where you are going to motivate them to set their hopes and motivation morale high. It's okay, it's fine, even if there is again a failure that is being encountered or you could not perform well. And again, there could be a chances where some of your team members might feel that they are fatigued, they are totally demotivated. We worked so hard, still we could not achieve. So why to work? There could be some other perception. There could be a mode where you are being asked questions, you are being argued. That time also we did this time also we did better, much better as compared to last time, but we could not get those desired results. So always there are upward spirals or downward spirals. That is how we go ahead and take up in that particular situation. Our reaction varies. Coming on to the type of stress. Okay, so do you think stress is always negative or it is positive as well? Is it something always we talk about that is always negative? Stress, a word comes, oh, it's negative. It is something which we shouldn't focus. So what is the opinion of the cohort if I talk about type of stress? Anyone who would like to share their thoughts here with the cohort? Is it always negative, or yes, there could be some positive aspects associated with it?
Well, I see, I can see the positive aspect of it, because being positive, I mean, being stressed, there is the positivity because it motivates you to reach your end goals, motivates you to be smarter, like we say, to work smarter, not harder. So yes. I think there is the positive sign in it.
Absolutely, absolutely, Dennis. And thank you for sharing. Very often, I remember one of my instances that initially when I was passing out my postgraduate and I was about to enter into the corporate world and I was about to join a consulting firm, I was very much excited, super duper excited, as got the placement, and I was, and at the same time, I was stressed as well. New environment, new life turn. How am I going to deal? All those things were popping in my mind. That was creating anxiety as well. But the moment I entered, all things started subsiding. But the level of motivation was really high. It was high. Reason being because it was not stress. It was actually eustress that we talk about. Eustress or distress. These are two types of stress. Eustress comes when we talk about that we are taking the things positively. We are excited. You are excited to fly in aeroplane for the first time. Just assume a small kid. He might be having so much of excitement, but at the back of his mind, he might be scared as well, worried how it is going to fly. What if it doesn't fly well? If the turbulence comes, if the weather is not fine, there could be many thoughts. But it is where you are taking it in a very positive way, which is dragging you to reach the goal, as Dennis said. So imagine yourself as taking on a new project that encourages you to leverage existing strength. How you perceive? You'll be excited, or you will be, what you feel? I would like to hear from you. A new project, a dream project that you always wanted to be a part of.
For me, it will be definitely excited, and you will be anxious, like one of my colleagues has stated. But then again, you will be all positive in taking on the challenge, because you have been waiting to take on that new project, and so you will be so focused on what is expected from you, how you're going to deliver, how you're going to show your ability, your strength. So yes.
Absolutely. At times, the situations gives us a feeling of being anxious, but it is at the same time where we are keeping our motivations, morale high, that we are going to have some of the challenges. We are excited about new opportunities and how we gear up to take those initiatives which will add to our strengths, certainly. So coming on to, when is eustress bad? We have always talked about confidence and overconfidence. And same is the situation with eustress, which at times when you are taking those challenges, those risks, you want to achieve your targets, your goals, very often the situation happens that you are very much excited. Your heartbeats are high, your palpitation rate is high. It is certainly going to have some of the consequences on your health as well. But do you think when eustress is bad, in what situation do you think this positive aspect, which we just discussed as eustress, could be considered as bad? Any opinion, your thoughts on this, that yes, it is good at times, but in this situation, it could be bad. You are excited for the opportunity, it is good, but could it be bad as well?
Well, in some situation, if we might consider, it might be because you might be overthinking while being overexcited, and overthinking might lead to other things which is not necessarily good. So I think, yeah, it is.
Yes.
Depends on how we foresee the circumstances.
Very well said, because this is where we start figuring out the conclusions, the consequences. At times we start overthinking, and that is going to have a negative impact onto our health as well. Yes. Coming on to the channelizing stress pressure performance curve. So this is the pressure performance curve, which was given by Robert Yersin and John Dodson in the year 1963. And based on this particular curve, the different zones have been divided, where there are the stages which are reflected, starting from bore out stage to burnout stage. As we have seen all the red lights at the traffic area, where we understand there is green signal, which is good to go. There is red signal, which gives you an indication to stop, yellow to gear up and get ready. So this is where this pressure performance curve was designed, where there was a low pressure and low performance at a bore out state. Now, what is bore out state? A state where you are performing a mundane task. Just assume that there is a data operator, right? He's daily coming to the office. He is sitting in front of his system. He is putting the data onto the Excel sheet, and daily he is doing the same task, same repetitive task without any challenge. There is no challenge in his job. So he is having less pressure. He is very well versed in performing the same task repetitively. He has become skilled in performing that task. And his performance is also low in the sense that there is no challenge, right? And once this pressure is slightly increased and it falls into a yellow zone, which is again a transition area or transition stage between the bore out and the comfort, comes this yellow area, which is having a pressure which is again somewhat lying between low to moderate, and similarly the pressure is also increasing. Now what that employee has started doing is he has started taking up certain other assignments, certain other things which are challenging, and he wants to explore. He wants to strengthen his skill sets, his competencies. Similarly, once this particular zone is crossed, this line of comfort, which is starting from here, and it is segregating the zone of this transition and comfort, he reaches into this comfort zone. Means there is a moderate pressure, and again there is a performance which is somewhere between high and low. That is also moderate. So moderate pressure, moderate performance, then the person is lying in this comfort zone. We are taking challenges, we are improving our skill sets, we are gearing up with new tasks, assignments, whatever has been assigned to us, and we are taking it fair enough to perform with moderate pressure and giving moderate performance. And as the pressure is being increased slowly and gradually, and the pressure is at its peak, the person enters into a zone which is the stretch zone. That is the highest performance, maximum performance is achieved in this stretch zone, which is again the optimal performance of any employee. Now what happens? The moment person is gearing up to work in this stretch zone, a person who is working from Monday to Friday, 5 days a week, he has been asked to perform the task to meet the deadline on Saturday also. He is working under pressure. He has to meet the deadline. His performance is also increasing because he is meeting at par the deadlines what are being set, and he has stretched himself. Now, suppose if the management decides and ask him to come on Sunday as well and to perform the task whichever is left over, do you think the performance is going to be at its high, at optimal performance when the pressure is high? Monday to Saturday, and now on Sunday also he's working to complete all those documentations and everything. Do you think that he will be here in optimal performance at a stretch,
No.
or he has entered into a strain?
No, there will be that.
Moving on to
Follow
strain
that.
now.
Yes, now he has entered into a strain and the person is unaware. Why? Because he is in that inertia, in motion of working day and night. And slowly and gradually, if this happens for longer duration, where the pressure is becoming high, very high, and the employer is thinking there could be a possibility, or a boss is thinking that there could be a possibility that the performance will also be high because pressure is very high, way high. So probably a stage will come where there is going to be a complete burnout. And that is the stage which is shown by a red color at the extreme right of the curve, which again is having a burnout situation where the person is now depressed. He is not able to cope up. He has developed certain physical ailments, may it be high blood pressure or whatever, and that is again a burnout zone. And this particular area above strain and burnout is called the zone of delusion. So anybody who is working consistently on an ongoing basis, at times they do not realize that when we are increasing the pressure onto our team or onto our employees, they are actually not performing that high, but they are entering into a zone of delusion, which is hovering above this strain and burnout. So to be effective, you have to survive and sustain in this stretch zone where you have challenges, you have motivation to drive yourself, you are having pressure as well, but your performance is certainly going to be at a peak. And this is a very well-versed model that was given by Robert. And in his finding, he found out that it does happen that people having certain myth that we are going to increase the pressure, we will be having a very good performance, which is actually just an illusion. Yeah, Dennis. You have to unmute yourself.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
I just want to, it's not really a testimony, but I'm really sort of mesmerized with this presentation, with the pressure, performance, and stress, because I can totally relate. For the past 2 years, I can say, well, before in this current position, I was a district administrator. I was having like responsible of one district, managing around 3,000 population as a whole in that particular district. And 1 year down the line, and we had the election, presidential election in 2020. And when the administration changes, so I swapped district. I was transferred from one district to another. So I gave my utmost best. For me at that time, I was at the optimal performance with the stretch, the low to the high, the optimal performance. And I gave my all that 12 months in a row. And for me, I give it all during the December in 21. I said to myself, okay, you have given it your all. So you'll proceed on your annual leave by February, where things are less stressed and all. Yes. So coming February 2022, when all was planned to proceed on my annual leave, because I felt that I was going downwards towards the strain, and I was given a promotion. So from taking the responsibility of one district to eventually be the director general to be responsible of all the district. So since February, going down to December, as we are talking now, I've strained myself. So eventually I've reached the burnout whereby I am actually, I'm on annual leave, but here I am attending this 2-week session in my annual leave. So this is, so for me, I can totally relate to this, and for me, it's mesmerizing. It's very encouraging to understand that, yes, I was personally feeling I was strained burnout, but doing this, it's confirmed, yes.
Great, great, and
Jenny,
sharing
is it
all
for you to meet us?
this. You have to unmute,
Def-
Dennis.
Yes, definitely for me, it's a pleasure because I've applied for my annual leave like 2 months back. And
Okay.
we've only got to learn about the session 2 weeks back. But I
Okay.
was interested because definitely I want to take my team from good to great. And this
Okay.
opportunity with such platform gives me more confidence, then again, meeting all of you people. So for me, it's a blessing in disguise. I'm not really on the strain burnout with this session. I'm more or less starting with the comfort and eventually to move on the stretch part.
Absolutely. And great to hear, Dennis, because you know, when we share in the cohort our live examples and we recall those moments now, we understand that how we are able to connect these theoretical aspects and research that has been done long time back.
Yeah.
So yes, absolutely. And since you are on your vacation, so probably that is really true that now you are again gearing up with those energy and you are again diving into a comfort zone once you are again joining.
Yeah.
And then
So
moving ahead.
to tell you the truth, my 2 weeks annual leave was supposed to be at home and just relax, do with all the papers, the telephone and everything. But with the session coming in, it's almost like 5 hours to 6 of my time, but I'm just loving it.
Oh, that's great. Great to hear such kind of, you know, views. And
Yes.
it's really appreciable that
Yes.
all the efforts all together are going to lead us somewhere at a very, very good position where we are gaining, you know, from, it's not only you people who are gathering such information, we are learning from your experiences as well.
Yes. Because
So,
for me, it could have been, just a last note. For me, it will have simply just be, I want to take this 2-week session because I'm on annual leave. But me, I'm positive, all optimistic. So here I am today.
So you are making the best use of your leaves and gathering
Yes.
all sorts of information. That's great.
Yeah.
Nice to hear. That's really wonderful. And I'm sure that this entire channelizing stress session might have given you a food for thought that how you can actually stop where it's required, rejuvenate,
Definitely.
and
Yes.
then gear up and come up with optimal and maximum performance. So I would be winding it up here itself, but yes, I would be looking forward one key takeaway that you would be taking from this session. I would like to hear from all of you. Eagerly waiting to hear what this session that we had post lunch or post long break, and what are the key takeaways that you will be carrying today. Let's hear any key takeaways which you think that, yes, this is something which will help you to understand, may it be perceived stress scale, how to analyze your personality, stress personality, and to understand that where, in which zone currently you are, and probably how to achieve that optimum performance in context to the performance and pressure curve. So can we hear any one or two takeaways that anybody would like to share? Okay, Dennis says, as much we want to deliver, we always need to remember to take one step back to refuel. Yes, in the end, we work smarter and not harder. Absolutely. This is how we have to manage the things. We understand expectations are said, realities are going to differ at times, but how we move and sail our boat so that we are able to focus what we desire to achieve. Thank you all. Thank you so much for being there, for making these sessions so interesting. I'm sure that you all are at different time zones, and I could see all your faces so fresh. It seems and gives a feel that it's morning over there. Seriously, thank you
Poor
all for being
Cecilia,
with
she's
us.
ill. Poor Cecilia, she's ill. It's cold. It's early morning.
Ooh. And I can see Rajwanti is fresh with beautiful morning, sunny. So it's
No,
cold
it's
out
like
there.
2:35 here, 2:35.
Okay, okay. So it's
Here,
noon.
here is four
Me
and
and
a half in the
Babita
morning.
have the same time zone.
Okay, okay.
Same, and you think alike too. We think alike.
Yeah. Yes. Sorry, Cecilia, you were saying something.
No, I was telling, share with you that here is 4:30 in the morning.
Okay, okay. Great, great.
Denise, we will have to go to Guatemala.
Yes,
We have
welcome
to
to my
organize.
country.
Definitely, it's a must.
Then we are going to
Okay,
go to Machu
so-
Picchu.
Okay,
Yeah, it would be a pleasure to have you here.
so
Thank
there
you.
are few more comments on the chat box. Let me have a look on that. Yash says, although the session was indeed very interesting, but there are always unexpected events that brings stress. Yes, Yash, and this is what life is. It's totally unpredictable, and we have to deal with that graciously. So, and Audrey says, from now henceforth, I will be able to manage work stressors. Perfect, perfect. Thank you all, and I request
Thank you very
my
much, Sika.
Thank you, Rajwanti.
Thank you,
Take care. Take care.
Bye, take
I
care.
Thank you very
request.
much.
Take care.
Thank you. Thank you. I request my team to please share the feedback link. Your feedback is equally important to us to improve ourselves. And here is the feedback. Thank you, Tanvi. And
Thank you so
request your
much.
feedback. Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye. Good
Bye.
night. Good morning. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Take care.
Thank you, Dr.
Bye,
Shikha.
bye. Have a good day.
And
Bye.
so
Take care,
with
Cecilia.
I love it how comfortable you all have become with each other, even though the session is online.
Yeah.
I can see like friendships growing in by the end of week 1 itself.
Imagine what it would have been if we were there in
Yeah,
person.
I'm
Yes.
actually
Pamaka hoga, pamaka.
yeah, for sure, Babita, I'm sure. Matlab, I can see that happening.
Yeah. Vivi, can you please also send us the feedback form for day 1? I think I missed it.
Okay, so you missed which day?
First day.
Ah, okay. All right. I'll send that to you, Papita. And with
Thank
this,
you.
welcome. With this, we come to an end of week 1. We have covered 5 days of journey, and well, honestly, on my end, I did not know how the time went all 5 days, and all of you have been extremely engaging. And our coaches have enjoyed a lot. I have been getting comments from our coaches that this batch is very participative, and they also enjoy, while giving the sessions, and if they are getting appropriate inputs, they also enjoy from their end along with you. So I would just like to say that one tip for the weekend: tomorrow you will be enjoying, your Saturdays and Sundays, and no one can take away from that. But I would just like you to, I mean, it's important to learn, but it's also important to just pause and just see what all you have learned and revise. So if you can just look at the week 1 participant handbook once again whenever you get time over the weekend, we have put in some additional readings for you post each session's handbook content, and that will help you just, revise, and whatever learnings have happened in each session, you can just put in that into your own thoughts. And on Monday, we can discuss a little bit more on it. And of course, I'll be sending week 2's participant handbook to you by tomorrow, latest by tomorrow. So we would see each other on Monday now, and enjoy your weekend. We'll see each other at 11 a.m. Indian Standard Time Monday. Great having you all around. Have a great day today, and have a
Thank
great
you.
Thank you.
Have a nice weekend. Bye-bye. See you
Same to
guys.
you all. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
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 Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
Okay, take care.